known as the Ocean. So the Ocean in itself boasts of style, it boasts of sleekness, it has accentuated design. If you look at it from the front grille, it is very hard to be missed in the crowd. It stands out. It actually has a Euro 6 turbocharged 1.5-liter engine. If you look at the accentuated lines and the features, very robust, very sleek, very modern. But from what we are looking at right now, we have 19-inch alloy wheels, we have a retractable heated side mirror, we have a panoramic sunroof on this one, we have 5-seater and 7-seater version. So ideally, when you're looking for comfort, when you're looking for fuel efficiency, when you're looking for an on-road and an off-road family car, this is the vehicle to go for. You're looking at another compact, robust minivan. Is known as the Star 5 minivan. So one of the things that stands out about this one is that it's a Euro 4 1.2-liter petrol engine, and it has ample cargo space. You can also fit in 6 seats at the back should you wish to convert it into a passenger vehicle, and it can carry 1 passenger at the front. It has a wider cargo space, and it also has a longer chassis. So next, we look at our Star 5 mini truck, which is a single cab version that we've introduced in the market. Now, one of the beautiful things about this particular model that you're looking at is that it has a 1-ton payload at the back. And then last but not least, we are looking at the double cab mini truck, which also has a 1.2-liter Euro 4 engine. So the model offering that we are giving to you as Changan Auto is affordable, is very fuel efficient. We are looking at a robust model lineup depending on what you are looking for as a customer, and we are solution oriented. Not only do we stop at the product, we also go a step further and give you value while at it. So once you purchase the product, our relationship does not stop there. It actually starts there. We guarantee you after-sales support. We have warranty packages. The light commercial vehicles have a 3-year warranty or 150,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. The passenger vehicles have a 5-year warranty or 150,000 kilometers, whichever comes first. These vehicles have a service interval of 5,000 kilometers, and you're guaranteed genuine parts, and we have dedicated trained technicians just to attend to you, to give you peace of mind, to give you comfort while you enjoy the vast array of the fuel-efficient, modern, stylish, spacious vehicles that we have to offer as Changan Auto. So Trevor, I'd like to take this opportunity to officially and humbly introduce the Ocean to you. Hand over the keys, have a feel of the vehicle, and then give us your reviews as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you've heard it from the horse's mouth, the brand ambassador for Changan Auto in Kenya. Now it's time for us to take it on our testing ground in Kiambu County and sample all the awesomeness of this Ocean SUV. Cars with Big Boy Trev Road Safety segment in association with Changan Auto by Inchcape Motors. Lasting safety. They say power is nothing without control, and true to that saying, having a functioning and well-maintained braking system is vital for the safety of you and your passengers. Generally speaking, brake systems are designed to slow down the momentum of your vehicle with the least amount of effort. The power exerted to the brake fluid is multiplied 25 times the amount of corresponding engine power by the master cylinder, the wheel discs and drums. Running such high-pressure systems requires continuous maintenance and checking to ensure that the brakes operate at optimum levels at any given time. The brake discs and drums use frictional pads that get in contact with these surfaces and tend to wear out on an average of 6 to 8 months depending on use. Every year, as you do your major service, the mechanic inspects and checks whether there are any leakages in the braking system plus wear and tear of the discs and drums. Always ensure that you purchase genuine brake pads from reputable dealers, as second-hand filled pads or non-genuine pads increase the risk of brake failure when you need it the most. Once pads are fixed, the mechanic will adjust the position of the rotor piston so that they can sit firmly on the pad. This is the key to the Changan Ocean Future Sense, and with prices starting from Kenya shillings 7.3 million. Do you reckon this is the next SUV for you? We start this particular review by taking a look at the design phase of this particular vehicle, and the first thing you do notice is this trapezoidal grille. It's honeycomb, it's got plenty of grille, giving this car some je ne sais quoi. You have this V motif, obviously this is the logo of Changan, and of course you have these trapezoidal headlamps that correspond with trapezoidal design. They're full LEDs, and you have daytime running lights to give this car that signature look as you traverse the beautiful country of Kenya. Not only that, the lower lip as well, it's got a plastic cladding that denotes that this car can do a bit of off-roading. And to further illuminate the road, you do have this fog lights that actually are very powerful and allows you to see through the fog. If you're in Limuru, we are actually very close to Limuru, so this particular vehicle is suited for this environment and many others. Again, the whole design also translates to the bonnet and on the side arcs. You can see this flowing symmetry and of course this raked windscreen. All this is to ensure that this vehicle slices through the wind like butter, because efficiency is the name of the game. Now let's move to the side and have a look at the design phase of this particular vehicle. And the first thing you do notice is the fact that it is beautiful. The front fender and the front wheel arch are large, so it makes this car have that butch look. These particular rims are aluminium cut, and the rubbers are 19 by 225 by 55, wide and big to give you stance and of course the looks. So let's move to the back, and the first thing you do notice is this infused diffuser. It looks very good. You have your third stop brake light, you have your antenna, the shark antenna that you probably find on other German brands, plus the infusion of the rear tail lamps. There's like a 1 bar, and of course the signature LED lights make this car have a very beautiful look at night, plus the visibility to other oncoming traffic. So now guys, let's jump in and have a look at the quality and the sense of this Ocean Future Sense SUV.
You're watching Cars with Big Boy Trev in association with Changan Auto by Inchcape, Kenya.
This week on Pishi Bomba, a snack that we love to enjoy. It's crispy on the outside and absolutely delicious. Spring rolls is what Ruth wanted to learn how to make, and that's exactly what we showed her on this episode. Cheers.
Cheers.
Tune in on Sunday at 6:30 p.m. with me, Claire Karatu, only on NTV.
This week on Twende,
we visit the new Lamu port, and I get to try to tour the Mwokozi too.
I am sitting on a 2 billion shilling vessel. Mwalimu wa map, nisema sitaenda mbali. Hapa ni wapi? But yeah, this is a goods boat, and don't expect to get comfort out of this. Hii hapa unaweza fanya cooking show. Hapa una.
So we are proud actually to be the first country to be having this.
Yeah.
And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
The country is going to experience the earthquake.
Team ya Kenya Kwanza.
I do not think Brother Musalia is the type of person who would be wooed at night and not say it.
Let them know that I'm a person of independent thinking.
For how long had you been engaging with President William Ruto?
We would talk once in a while, but not very often.
Myself, I got to know months before.
We were having Oka here. Under the table, we had our Kenya Kwanza certificate.
Some of us who are close to them were aware that they were with us during the day, but at night they were with William.
I said, no, I will not be comfortable sitting here because you have to stick to principle.
I have attended your NDCs. You have invited who you wanted to invite. But when it's my turn, you purport that you want to determine who should be my guest.
Panda tukupandishe on your entertainment this new year on GoTV. Bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows, na local shows on a like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
You're watching Cars with Big Boy Trev in association with Changan Auto by Inchcape, Kenya.
So guys, you've seen from the walk around the design perspective of the Changan Ocean, the future sense, top of the range SUV courtesy of Changan. It's beautiful, it's stylish, it's sleek, it's got that je ne sais quoi we keep on talking about Cars with Big Boy Trev, but the question still remains, how good is the interior? Is it as lovely as the exterior? Let's find out. We start by taking a look at the dashboard of this particular vehicle. The first thing that you do notice is the fact that it's got a forward cab design. What do I mean by that? Basically, the dashboard has been placed further away to create an illusion of space. You have soft touch material at the top, and then it's got a slated grille which has stainless steel with the vents, and you've got this ivory leather that is cladded all the way to the dashboard, and of course this kind of black finish giving this car some je ne sais quoi. So the highlight of this particular dashboard is this 12.3 inch color touch multi-information display that houses quite a number of things, including the audio system, which means number 1, Bluetooth connectivity, 2, USB. If you have a USB flash, you're able to plug it in and listen to your music. And number 3, streaming apps, because this particular vehicle has the hardware and capacity to download your Spotify and many other products that are available in this particular market. It has its vehicle dynamics, basically able to control the vehicle. So as you can see, I've just put on this particular screen. So for example, quick control, if I wanted to open the window, I just press once. It opens the windows quite easily. If I wanted to close the vehicle, and I have something interesting called the car wash mode. So basically it closes all the mirrors and the windows. So I press that, car wash. It will tell me wiper off, rear view mirror fold, windows are closed. Apart from that, that just gives you the ability for you to see what the vehicle can do. We have the DVR, basically it's a recorder. So it uses the 360 cameras. So there's one camera at the front, one at the back, and 2 on the wing mirrors to give you an ample view of the vehicle. So you press here, of course, so you can see here, this is the front camera. And then if you want to press on the left, there you go, you can see the cameraman and the light guy over here on the right as well to show you what the car is, and of course at the back. So in case of an accident, you can actually record this and save it and use it as evidence in court. Moving on, obviously we talked about the AC. Again, we have another separate setting. So this is haptic feed. It's a very interesting setting. So you just press like this, it will come on and off. You're able to adjust the temperature and variations. Obviously now moving over to the gearbox console over here. It's dressed in a piano black finish with a bit of stainless steel trim. You press here to reveal cup holders. And of course, on the gearbox console, this is where the magic happens. All the power is transmitted to the 4 wheels courtesy of this 7-speed dual clutch transmission. Of course, it's got different modes: dynamic, eco, and sport. And of course, you do have electronic park brake and auto hold, which is very useful, by the way, when you're in traffic. You have heated and cooling seats, ventilation, which is fantastic, because if you're feeling too hot, there are fans in the seats because the seats are perforated with this ivory leather. Here's the shift. It's very easy to use. So you have the traditional drive modes: park, reverse, neutral, and drive, and of course Tiptronic if you want to select the gears manually. Now moving over to the cubby hole space, the center console houses space you can hide your valuables from prying eyes, and you can actually have a USB type A, charge your phone and plug your flash disk, and a 12-volt socket, so that you're able to power different devices in your vehicle. Now let's move to the center binnacle. Here hapa ndio mambo inafanyika. This is where everything happens. On the left hand side, we do have fuel gauge, right hand side temperature, and of course you have your different warning lights. You have your park, your brake, your temperature, and of course it will also tell you the mileage, and of course what the vehicle is doing in between the instrument cluster. So if the doors are open, if you have cruise control on, or avoidance collision, it's all there, and it works perfectly well courtesy of this Ocean vehicle. I love the steering wheel. It's fantastic. 3-spoke steering wheel, perforated. You've got contrast stitching, and of course you have satellite buttons that allow you basically to control this particular system. So on the left hand side is everything to do with the vehicle. So you have your DVR, you have your cruise control, and of course forward collision detection. You can set that, and cruise control, all this on the left hand side. On the right hand side, everything to do with the audio system. You can connect your telephone, so you can put on and off your phone. You can control the volume, and of course voice control, which is also standard in this particular vehicle. Big Boy is very happy with this particular Chang'an Ocean. It's fantastic, this top spec. But the biggest question is, will the rear passengers have equal comfort in this Chang'an Ocean? Let's move to the back and have a look at the rear seating space of this particular Chang'an Ocean. So moving over to the back seat, this is the place of comfort. Forget about the passenger and drivers. This is where the space is all about in this Chang'an Ocean. This top spec Future Sense derivative. Now what do I mean? The seating is fantastic. I am heavily supported. The seats are well designed and crafted. Again, the seats are perforated, and you can tell you the ivory color just makes this car have some je ne sais quoi. Thank you very much. Then you also have ventilated vents over here so that the rear passengers can also enjoy the cool air circulating into the cabin. You have airline style pockets that you can put your iPad or any equipment right here, and here you can retract and pull this armrest to reveal 2 cup holders, so you and your other passenger can feel very comfortable with this particular vehicle. So space is fantastic, practicality is very good. You have big door bins, you can store water here. Practical vehicle, good quality, and of course plenty of space. But the question is, how good is the carrying capacity? Can we carry nyanyas and warus, whatever it is that we need when you're traversing a beautiful country of Kenya? Let's move and have a look at the boot of this Chang'an Ocean. So moving over to the back, you touch this soft touch tailgate to reveal plenty of space. This is a power tailgate that comes as a standard in this particular Ocean Future Sense, which is top of the range version. Again, it reveals 560 liters of space. That's equivalent of about 6 suitcases, average style suitcases. So you can stack everything from inside there. Then you have a rear parcel shelf that you open it to reveal the vital elements. So for example, you have your jack, you have your reflector, you have everything, the tow hook that allows you to keep this car on the road in case of an emergency. So it's very practical. I love the fact that they've thought about every single thing. And if you want to have more space, you can actually put the seats down to reveal close to 1200 liters. And you just put it down, you're able to carry quite a number of things, and of course traverse a beautiful country of Kenya, making it very practical and useful for the young upcoming modern family. But it's time for us to get to the best part, which is the driving part. We're going to feel the power, performance, efficiency of this particular Ocean. Future Sense, top range. How does it perform on the road? Let's go to a testing ring and find out the performance of this Chang'an Ocean Future Sense. Let's go! So guys, today is such a beautiful day. Why? Because we are at the Kiambu Ring sampling the brand new Chang'an. This is the Ocean Future Sense, which is the top spec of this particular model product. So we have enjoyed driving it through the scenic city side. Now it's time for us to sample on a typical Kenyan road. How does it perform? So we start by taking a look at the ingredients of what makes this particular Ocean a fantastic vehicle for the Kenyan terrain. We start with the engine. Now obviously up front you do have a 1.5 liter turbo petrol that produces 180 horsepower and 300 newton meters of torque. It senses if you're doing economy run, so it will shift to the higher gears faster, and if you put your foot down, it senses you want more power, and it shifts and hangs on to the longer gears so that you're able to have maximum torque at all given times. You have an average fuel consumption, a combined fuel consumption of roughly 6.1 liters per 100 kilometers. And if you're driving this particular vehicle, you're able to enjoy having its fuel efficiency and power in the same breath. Now, one thing I also love about this particular vehicle is the level of noise, vibration and harshness. It is so calm. I think we're at about 71 decibels if I'm not wrong, and this is because the engineers at Chang'an have actually put sound deadening materials on the transmission tunnel, on the doors and on the firewall to reduce engine noise, and you have a very comfortable ride if you're just cruising or wafting along the beautiful roads of Kenya, and that is something that I do love. But the most important thing is safety. How safe is this car? We all know Chang'an is associated with safety, one of the best Chinese brands when it comes to safety, with 5-star safety ratings. It has a mixture of active and passive safety features that help you dissipate an accident. So it measures the distance between the car and front and ensures that you maintain a safe and steady braking. But before we decide to do anything further, there's one small test. It's time for us to do a little bit of off-roading, because you know Kenya has diverse terrains. We're going to take it out, see how it handles the rough terrain, and of course how comfortable it is, and then we give you value for money courtesy of Cars a Big Boy Trev. So guys, you've seen how the vehicle performs on tarmac. It's very planted, very steady on the road, and of course it gives you that quietness and comfort that you so desire in any SUV. But it's time for us to sample its off-road capability. And of course, we're not talking about a full 4x4, but your typical off-road road that you probably find in areas like, for example, Republic of Rongai, people of Ngong, who normally traverse some bit of off-roading. So this vehicle actually has quite a number of things going its way. Number one is the ground clearance. Now, the ground clearance of this particular vehicle is roughly 195 millimeters, which is very good because it is able to go through uneven surfaces quite easily. Number two, the suspension. Suspension, I mentioned earlier, the McPherson struts, apart from it providing comfort, also allows this car to have good wheel articulation. What do I mean by that? The wheel movement up and down, lateral movement, allows this car to go through obstacles quite easily while still ensuring that the wheel is firmly set on the road to give you maximum grip. At the back, you do have multi-link rear suspension, aids in comfort during off-road conditions, and of course, the drivability of the vehicle in any given surface. The power is sent to the front wheels courtesy of this 7-speed DCT transmission, which in this particular vehicle actually modulates the amount of power going in. You have to use your right foot quite well, and of course, in case of wheel slippage, you have traction control, which takes over so that you have minimal wheel spin and you're able to retain grip at any given surface. But that's it. It's time for us to see what value for money has in store. Does it make sense to buy this particular vehicle, the Chang'an Ocean Future Sense? Let's head out and do value for money. So guys, that has been the review of the Chang'an Ocean Future Sense. And this particular segment, we call it value for money. Does it make sense? Could it be your next vehicle? We take a look at the pricing. So how much does this car cost? Now, this car on the road will cost you Kenya shillings 7.3 million. Only, not Tanzania shillings, not Uganda, not Somali, Kenya shillings. And comes with a 5-year, 150,000 kilometer warranty, whichever comes first. And you can rely on Inchcape Kenya's extensive network across the country to maintain your vehicle. If in Kisumu, Kakamega, Eldoret, Nyeri, wherever you are, you're able to actually enjoy this particular Ocean Future Sense with ease. Finally, we do know that this particular vehicle exists in a space where there's so much competition. Who are the key rivals in this particular segment? They're very, very competitive. Number one, you do have the Proton X70, you have the Hyundai Tucson, you have the Corolla Cross, and many others that are coming into this space. So based on this particular review, do you reckon that this particular vehicle, the Chang'an Ocean Future Sense, is your next SUV? Send us your thoughts as seen on the social media handles below. We'll get back to you with the feedback next week. Well, signing off, this is Big Boy Trev. Until next week, drive safe and be safe.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
Nimeget airtime.
Airtel Money inakuokolea.
Really?
Ukiwithdraw chapa kwa Airtel Money agent inakurudishia hiyo transaction fee kama airtime.
Auntie.
Karibu.
Airtel Money makes your life kidogo better.
Sign up with a promo code and get a welcome bonus. 1xBet.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. In today's episode we have an exquisite 2-bedroom gem and a 3-bedroom masterpiece which I happen to be in right now. My name is Peter Ngigi. Welcome to Property Focus. Brilliant. Now first up comes to this 2-bedroom unit right over here. So it's rather bare, rather exposed in its very honest form, but this is what this unit looks like. This is the balcony area overlooking this other building. You've got tall ceilings right over here, open plan kitchen on this section. You've got a pantry area right over here. Work with me with the vision on this. Here's your hallway area. You've got 2 rooms. You've got one on this side, one on this side. Let's start with this one. Still in its very raw form, ladies and gentlemen, you've got this 2-bedroom unit, window right on this section, provision for your wardrobes over here, and then on my right, we've got your common cloakroom in this section, you've got your shower right over here, and inside this section is your master bedroom, still being constructed. This is a stylish 2-bedroom, wardrobes on that side, balcony on this side. It's gonna be a spectacular unit. Now, many of you are asking, how much is this unit going to cost? Well, this will cost you 7.5 million rather, and you might as well book it in right now. This is in Kitusuru, but enough of this stylish 2-bedroom unit in its exposed, honest form. Let's go to the 3-bedroom unit and see what magnificence awaits us here at Kitusuru Falls. Let's go. And welcome to this 3-bedroom architectural masterpiece. Right off the bat, like the handle, like the door, it's in white. Usually they have brown, mahogany, but I like the way they've made it just nice and elegant. So come along to this section. Here is the kitchen area. U-design shape right over here. You've got your granite that is of note. Right over here, you've got an elevated kitchen countertop. Right on top of it, you've got these pendant lighting, which is in black. Cabinetry at the top, extractor right over here, cook station right there. On the other side, you've got your oven, you've got your microwave, and your provision for your fridge. And I like that they've given this space, you could even get even a bigger fridge, which is superb. Another area right over here to put in your spaghetti, pasta, salt, tea, coffee, all of that. So come along into the pantry. Pantry area is also sizable. I admire the way Kitusuru Falls have just done their floor to ceiling heights. Looks like about 3.0, 3.2, which is really good. Washing machine can be stationed over there with every provision for it. So come along into the living room. Very spacious for those unforgettable hangout moments. You've got your chandelier over here, lots of light coming in over here, so you don't even need to put on those lights. Windows on my left, sliding doors on my right, again almost floor to ceiling. Right at the top you've got the curtain rods, which are in black as well. So I like the theme that they have going on over here. You've got the black sockets, black chandeliers, black curtain rods, very nice. And of course the floor is a bit muted, beautiful. Right over here you've got a vanity area. You've got your granite again for the vanity area, cylindrical sort of basin with the black faucet, oval mirror, provision for a wall sconce as well. But come along into this side, you've got your powder room or cloakroom, showers over here as well, provisioned in black, awning window right on this section. Tiles are very beautiful, super beautiful. You've got white tiles with the grey veins, vanity on this section, faucets are in black. I really like this white and black theme they've got going on over here. It's very modern. So welcome to bedroom number 1. Into bedroom number 1 here at Kitusuru Falls. This unit, by the way, just in case you're wondering, how much is this unit? 10 million bob, and this can be yours. First bedroom has its balcony right over here so that the sunlight can just get into the room and gently wake you up and tell you, my good friend, it is time to start the day. And you don't even feel bad about it because this unit is absolutely amazing. Wardrobes are just super sleek. I mean, this is just fine living. Might I add, the location for this unit is Kitusuru, New Kitusuru. So might as well call that number, find out where, and you could come see this unit yourself. Again, you've got the light fixtures, which are in black. Room number 2. Here's the second room. Could be an office, a room for the little one, a haven for the little one. It's really up to you and what you choose to do with this particular room. So you've got your windows on this section. This room is a bit smaller, but you could convert it into anything you so wish. Wardrobes, which are quite tall, which is a very good touch. The high ceilings, and onto the master bedroom where the magic happens. Come on. Place that's an oasis for tranquility and just rejuvenation. This is the ultimate 3-bedroom unit right over here at 10 million. Again, you've got your balcony on this section, lots of wardrobe space right from here all the way till over here. It is just super good, and you could still stack in more stuff at the top over there. This is a 6x6 bed. It is just calm and beautiful. So opens from this side, and it's just views and views of New Kitusuru. Absolutely amazing. Now, it's en suite as well. You've got your water closets on this side. You've got your awning window, towel rack, which is in black. Same tiles have been maintained. And you've got your fixtures and shower heads, which are also in black, which just looks superb, superb. Come along, ladies and gentlemen. This has been the tour of the 3-bedroom unit, and choose which one you like. Either the 2-bedroom or the 3-bedroom, it's really up to you. This particular 3-bedroom is going for an enviable 10 million shillings, and the 2-bedroom is going for 7.5 million shillings. Write in the comments which unit you would take, or if you want to purchase a unit, call that number. Now, we're going to find out how you can own this unit at about, let's say, 80,000 a month. Let's find out from the segment heads with the financiers of this property. Stay tuned.
It's Friday and things are looking a bit boring. Fanta. Submit to the fizziest of fizz. Surrender to a bubbly bliss. Fall for the tangiest of tangs. Succumb to the flavor frenzy. Fanta. Indulge with a sip and snack.
On Yo Entertainment this new year on GoTV. Bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows, na local shows unalike free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Briefly introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Geoffrey Maura. I'm the head of credit at Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. This is a company that was established in 2018 and a public-private partnership between the government of Kenya and the financial institutions in the country. Primarily to come and address an issue that was seen in the market the inaccessibility of mortgage funding in the market. Therefore, the institution was formed to alleviate the issue of liquidity. There was a big mismatch between the long-term funding and the assets that were available in the market to facilitate mortgages. And therefore, through a study that was done in 2017 by World Bank to establish what are the barriers to mortgage entry in the country. And therefore, funding was one of the barriers that was identified, and especially lack of affordable finance in the market. Therefore, the government saw it good to form the institution, invited the private partners, that is the financial institutions in the market, the banks and SACCOs, to come and partner with the government to form KMRC. That's how KMRC came about.
Okay, good. So how are you able to come up with these rates?
Kenya Mortgage Finance Company is funded through a sovereign debt through the government. We have two credit lines, essentially from African Development Bank and World Bank. These are concessional loans that have been given through the government of Kenya. So KMRC is able to access this funding at concessional rates at below 5%. And that is the funding we use to finance the banks and SACCOs that are able then to lend to Kenyans. We are working with 20 financial institutions, 11 SACCOs and 9 banks, and therefore Kenyans can be able to access affordable mortgages or loans to buy or build their units from these 20 institutions, and ABSA is one of them. We have two products currently funded under the two credit lines, African Development Bank and World Bank, and they have limits and they have requirements. Under AFDB, we have a limit of 8 million. You can access 8 million without any income requirement. Under World Bank, you can still access 8 million with a maximum income of 200,000 per household. The value of the house also need to be reasonable within the affordable housing space. And we are looking at a range of 15 million. A property needs to be within 15 million. And these are loans you can access from these institutions, ABSA being one of them. So Kenyans are invited to participate in this because today with the increase of the rates, you can actually get a fixed rate mortgage for a long term. And the rate will not change for the 20 years or for 25 years, depending on what you agree with your financial institution. These properties can be sourced either from private developers or from the government supported developments.
Yes.
So it's open. You can either, you have a plot, you can go and build on the plot, or you can buy from the ready units in the market, both from private or government developments.
Tell us your parting shots.
Mortgage finance is the most efficient way of owning a property because you get very many advantages. One, there is what we call mortgage relief on the interest that you pay on your loan. KRA allows you to deduct 25% of your income every month if you are servicing a mortgage, and therefore that is income that is coming back to you. So for instance, if you are paying the 65,000 on your mortgage, you're already talking about 25,000 off every month. Yeah, that is income that is back to your pocket. Secondly, there are many other advantages. You have insurance that covers your property and covers your life also, that in case of any death or any other disability, your mortgage will be funded fully by the insurance cover. And therefore, so we encourage Kenyans to take advantage of this. Single-digit mortgages that are in this market, this has never happened before. Take advantage because this is the way to go for everyone.
My name is Stella Karoki, Product Manager, Mortgages and Secured Loans from ABSA Bank.
Wonderful. Tell us about these interest rates and what is good about ABSA.
This time we are focusing on affordable housing. So the interest rate is at 9.5, and for companies with an MOU with us, so the repayment is checked from source, it's at 9%. This is a rate that is fixed. You can actually stretch your repayment to 25 years. It's both for affordable, for purchase and construction. So it's the best rate currently in the market.
Okay, so we're here at Kitusuru Falls. Is there any down payment required for these units?
For the houses that are 8 million and below, we are doing 100% financing. Of course, you will have insurance that you pay in addition because of doing 100% financing. For the houses that are 10 million and above, you will pay a 10%. So we finance you 90%. So for those ones, then you require a 10% down payment.
Any additional fees?
Yes, a mortgage comes with additional fees, but remember those are external fees. So you will have to do valuation of the property, the lawyer's fees because of the full registration process. Then of course you need to pay the stamp duty, all those additional costs that come with getting a mortgage. However, from an APSA perspective, all we require from you is to pay an interest rate of 9.5 and a negotiation fee. Looking at the current properties we are at Kisusuru, the 2-bedroom is going for 7.5. If you decided to take that as a rental income, your rent will be 60,000. However, if you just added 5, which will be 65,000, you will own it, you will pay that as a repayment, and consequently you will own that house within 25 years or less. So I encourage everybody, whether you're salaried or whether you are you're doing your business or whether you have any other source of income, take advantage of this affordable housing from KMRC and own a home, and it will be the best asset that you'll have for your family.
Welcome, Simon. Okay. Briefly introduce yourself.
My name is Simon Kimani, Product Director, Product Development Director at Kingsfox Limited. The idea behind Kituzulu residence is to cater, to give a solution to give affordable housing, mostly to the young Kenyans. Most of our clients, most of our target customers are aged between 22 years all the way to about 45 years. And we have both local customers and diaspora market. 30% of our buyers are actually diaspora, based all over the world. So we have, it's mixed development with shops. We have school, a preschool, a health center, we have gym, we have swimming pool. We have enough parking for all the homeowners.
Tell us about the quality in the units.
Having been in this industry for a long time, over 15 plus years, we specialize on giving quality housing to quality finishes, quality structures. We have we partner with all the professionals, consultants, starting with very good consultant architects, structural engineers, mechanical and electrical engineers. So for all our units, we are offering fitted kitchens with a microwave, with our own oven, with a cooker unit, and then a hood. So quality is guaranteed for our units. Quality is key. It's key to all our developments.
Any advice to the market?
For first-time home buyers, it's usually good maybe to buy into the project maybe early. Do your background checks to all the developers. Is this developer doing so many projects concurrently? Does he have track record of finishing projects in good time? It's always good to be cautious. Is this developer well financed or well backed up by a financial institution to back him up? Or he want to use maybe the buyer's money to develop? So when you are sure this developer have a track record of completing their project in time, is well backed up by a good financial institution like ABSA, you should be sure the project will complete in good time.
Briefly tell us about yourself.
Thanks so much, Peter. So my name is Grace Elsie. I work for Kingsfox Limited. I'm the operations manager. And thank you so much for having me.
I'm glad to have you. Now, these units look amazing.
Thank you so much.
So we're in the 3-bedroom unit right now?
Correct.
Now, how much, terms of payments? Tell us about that.
So currently we are selling our 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. Our 2 bedroom is going for 7.5 million, and our 3 bedroom is going for 10 million currently. So to purchase a unit with us, we only ask for 20% as a down payment, and then the 80% is stretched out till December 2024. So of course we work with either quarterly installments or monthly installments. We are very flexible, so it's up to the client to have a good discussion with us, and then we settle whether we are doing the monthly or the quarterly payments. Of course we also take on mortgages. Specifically today we are ABSA. So if you're taking a mortgage, I know ABSA is giving up to 100%. That is for the 2 bedroom, for example. And the 3 bedrooms are giving up to 8 million. So you just put a down payment of 20%, and then they will clear the remaining 80 for you.
Okay, interesting. This is very interesting.
Thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a phenomenal one. Unfortunately, all good things have to come to an end. That was pretty insightful. Remember, dream big, keep watching Property Focus. Stay tuned. I've been your host, Peter Ngiti.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
When you're finally released from pain, that moment when you start to get back to ordinary, and ordinary feels amazing. Whatever pain you're going through, release starts here.
The country is going to experience the earthquake.
Team ya Kenya Kwanza.
I do not think Brother Musalia is the type of person who would be wooed at night and not say it.
Let them know that I'm a person of independent thinking.
For how long had you been engaging with President William Ruto?
We would talk once in a while, but not very often.
Myself, I got to know months before.
We were having Oka here. Under the table, we had our Kenya Kwanza certificate.
Some of us who are close to them were aware that they were with us during the day, but at night they were with William.
I said, no, I will not be comfortable sitting here because you have to stick to principle.
I have attended your NDCs. You have invited who you wanted to invite. But when it's my turn, you purport that you want to determine who should be my guest.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex.
Alex! Fungua mlango. Alex!
Kwa nini kuna shida?
Alex amevamiwa, sasa ako kwa shida.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Welcome to Health Diary. My name is Winnie Lubembe and we're coming to you from the Aga Khan University Hospital right here in Nairobi. Now, bladder control issues can be embarrassing for so many people, but what they don't know is that it can be controlled and treated. So today on the show, we'll be talking about urinary incontinence. So what exactly is it all about? Who is at risk and what are some of the treatment options? Well, you'll find out after this fact of the matter.
Urinary incontinence, the involuntary loss of urine, is a very common condition that no one wants to talk about. It is an underdiagnosed and underreported problem that increases with age, affecting approximately 38 to 55% of women older than 60 years and 50 to 84% of the elderly in long-term care facilities. Urinary incontinence is not just a medical problem, it can affect one's emotional, psychological, and social life.
All right, let's talk about urinary incontinence. And what is it all about? Well, to help us understand what urinary incontinence is all about and, of course, what brings it about and what are some of the options that are there as far as treatment, we have Dr. Bob Achila, who is a consultant urogynecologist right here at Aga Khan University Hospital. Dr. Thank you for sparing your time to speak to us about urinary incontinence. And of course, we also have Elizabeth Muiga, who again has agreed to share her story and her journey as far as urinary incontinence is concerned. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, really, for agreeing to speak with us. Dr. Let's just start with the basics. Urinary incontinence, what is it?
So urinary incontinence basically just means leakage of urine.
All right.
Because, you know, once you have undergone what is called potty training, then passing of urine should be volitional.
Right.
So whenever your bladder now takes control and you have to obey your bladder, for example, you have a sudden urge, overwhelming, compelling desire to pass urine, and you have to rush to pass urine, and sometimes cannot make it to the toilet. Or sometimes if you cough or laugh or jump and there's a leakage of urine, or sometimes maybe just continuous leakage, then this is what is called incontinence of urine.
Okay. I know when you say that, a lot of people will be a little bit worried because it sometimes happens, right? You're having, you know, a good time, a good laughter passes, right? Or sometimes, again, like you said, you're not able to get to the toilet, you know, in good time, and of course, urine passes. So a lot of people will be like, oh, wait, but I thought that's normal. It's not.
If it's something which is happening once in a while and not bothering you, not interfering with your quality of life, then it shouldn't be much of a worry because, as you said, there can be circumstantial loss of urine. Or sometimes even in certain situations, like for example in pregnancy, you can be in a state whereby once in a while you can leak urine. But only when it's persistent or when it's now becoming bothersome and interfering with your quality of life, then that's when you might need some form of intervention.
I see that. Elizabeth, let's speak to you. Again, you've had the issue for 20 years, right? Up until treatment was done. So do you want to take us back? Because like you said, your first one was born in 1994, right? Yes. What happened?
Okay, in 1994, well, I was just attending clinic like any other clinic, and then when I reached the Mater Hospital, that's where I got my firstborn. I was told, Elizabeth, you can go home because the baby is coming out.
Okay.
That was allowed to eat that in the morning.
Oh, wow. All right.
And so I had to look for somebody to give the office key to take my, and that somebody was my late husband. Oh, so after that, I stayed in the ward. I stayed until 3 p.m. I didn't have labor pains. Up to 3, at all.
Okay.
So they decided to induce me at 3.
All right.
Also after induction, that's after 3 p.m., I also stayed until 8:35 p.m. It's when I got my first baby.
Okay.
So I think I had a prolonged labor.
Okay.
And after that, I went home. Years later, maybe about 4 years or so, I started realizing I'm losing the urine, wetting myself. It was not that serious, especially when I'm sneezing, the doctor said, or when I'm walking for about 15 to 20 minutes. By the time I finish the walk of 15 minutes, I've already wetted myself. Or when I'm sneezing, coughing, or when I'm also stressed, you can also pass urine. And I decided in 2011 to start something else. Because now, though it was not that serious still, so I decided to use some exercises to see whether
that can help.
Yes, I was advised by one of my friends, a doctor, to try some exercises. So the exercises that I also try, you see now also the muscles do a bit loose, is especially when I'm seated like here, the way I'm seated, I can just imagine I'm in the room and I'm trying to pass the urine. Then I do this and so, or when I'm in a matatu, or when I'm just even studying doing nothing. Well, I tried, well.
It did not work.
It did not work.
Okay.
And,
all right.
Yes.
Yeah, let's speak to the doc. Is that common? Do you see that a lot? And this is after, you know, after maybe some women have had their babies. Do we see, you know, cases of urinary incontinence a lot?
Yeah, immediately after childbirth, there can be some episodes of a bit of leakage, but many of these tend to improve. But the typical situation is that maybe as a woman gets older, and especially maybe postmenopausal, then for some of them, there might have been some latent injury during delivery, which then manifests itself a bit later. In their life.
All right.
But maybe the advice I would give is that if you're having some small challenges immediately after delivery, it's very, very likely that these are going to improve with time.
Okay. And is the prolonged labor an issue here? Because Elizabeth says, what, 8:30 a.m. only to have your baby at 8:30 p.m. all this while, you know, after being induced, that is this an issue as well? The prolonged
as I
labor.
mentioned, there can be many types of incontinence of urine.
Yes.
So in Elizabeth's case, what she has is what she had is what is called stress incontinence.
Stress incontinence, okay.
Where there is it's not related to psychological stress as such, but it just means whenever there's an increase in the pressure in your tummy, like for example, if you jump or laugh or cough, the mechanism for preventing leakage is a bit damaged or weak, and therefore there can be tendency for leakage of urine. And one of the possible causes might be traumatic delivery.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned the different types. Stress is one of them. What are these other types of incontinence, urinary incontinence?
So the type can be what is called urge incontinence, where I was trying to explain you might be sitting here and then suddenly you get this compelling desire, which is difficult to control, to pass urine, and you have to rush. And then this keeps on happening several times. And sometimes you might end up, unfortunately, having an accident or leaking. The other type can be continuous leakage, which happens in the situation called fistula, where there's a communication between your bladder and the vagina. And therefore, urine just keeps on leaking continuously, whether it's daytime or nighttime.
All right.
And of course, there are some women who can have mixed kind of incontinence.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same. Are there instances where you can have you can have mixed, you know, of the same? All right, but are the causes different? Because for stress, again, like you mentioned, you know, there might be something. But again, for these other types, like you said, the urge or maybe mixed, are the causes different, or are they more or less the same?
Causes can tend to be different.
Right.
Like, for example, for urge incontinence, many times you don't know the cause, actually. In medicine, we use the word idiopathic. It just happens, and even if you investigate, cannot find a cause. Usually for fistula, in our setup, it's because of very prolonged labor, where the baby's head is stuck in the vagina, resulting in damage to the tissues, and therefore resulting in some communication or a hole. There can also be other causes of fistula, especially nowadays as a result of surgery, maybe a cesarean section or a hysterectomy, and then some injury occurs. resulting in a fistula. Yeah. But the causes can tend to be different.
It varies. Okay. All right. And of course, we'll talk about then, are there some people who are more at risk of, developing urinary incontinence as compared to the others? And what do you do about that? But for you, Elizabeth, so you said you realized this 4 years later is when it sort of like became a bit problematic.
Yes.
So then how did that sort of like impact your life, your day-to-day activities?
Well, it used to stress me because sometimes when you wet yourself, you're so stressed because maybe you're in a public, you might start even smelling. Urine smells.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you feel so uncomfortable. Well, maybe you are in a group of women or other people in church, people are jumping and all that, singing. You cannot even jump and sing because you are worried you might wet yourself. Yes, so it affects your life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you face like any form of stigma? Because like you said, sometimes it just happens, right? And sometimes you have no control, and of course there's that aspect of smell. And we've had a lot of women, or even people just dealing with urinary incontinence, say people don't want to sit with me, people don't want to stay around me because this is what is happening. Did you face?
Well, I didn't face because mine was not that serious.
All right.
Yes, because I knew myself, so I was trying to control myself, especially going to the toilet many times before the bladder is full.
Okay.
Yes.
So you had to find ways.
Yes, I had to find ways how to control it.
Okay.
Yes.
I hear you. And Dr. as well, can we talk about, that aspect of, because again, like we said, it's not just a medical, issue. It's psychological, it's social, it's emotional as well. Can we talk about the different, ways that urinary
I think this is a problem which has a big impact on quality of life.
That's true, yeah.
Like Elizabeth is saying, she had to make a lot of modifications, especially maybe she has to know where the toilets are. She has to maybe keep on passing urine by the clock to prevent the bladder from getting full. And of course, maybe sometimes might have had to wear like continence pads because of the fear of wetting themselves. And what happens sometimes in this kind of situation is like what she's saying, there's withdrawal from normal activities. Like maybe something as ordinary as going to church. You really have to think hard before you go to church because of that fear.
Yeah.
The other type of incontinence which you talked about was that urge incontinence, because this can completely destroy your life, because you cannot travel, for example, in public means, unless maybe you have to keep on stopping the driver and rushing out. So it can be a very big problem, and the impact is on the quality of life.
Majority of the times. And we talk about women mostly because they're the most affected, by urinary incontinence. But what about the men? Do they have issues with urinary incontinence as well?
Indeed, actually, incontinence is across board. Men are also affected, although the causes can tend to be a little bit different. And it's also not very usual for men to get stress incontinence.
Okay.
But they can also get urge incontinence. And it can be fairly common, actually.
All right. Yeah. Okay. What might be the cause for the same, very quickly, before we go on a break?
Yeah, I think because men as they age tend to have a prostate. Tends to enlarge, and this causes some bit of obstruction to the flow of urine.
All right.
And the body's reaction is there are some changes in the muscle of the bladder, which can also result in some bit of urgency.
Okay. But it's not as common as compared to women, is it?
Incontinence is actually much more common in women compared to men.
Compared to the men. All right. So let's take a break. But of course, when we come back, Elizabeth would want to know, aside from different ways of modification that you had to use just to make sure that you make your life bearable and as normal, as possible, what are some of the other options that maybe you had, to try in terms of trying to deal with the condition? And at what point did you decide, you know what, let's just get help as soon as possible? Of course, Dr. you'll take us through, the whole, what are some of the tests done and the treatment as well. Can it be corrected? And if so, what are some of these options that we're looking up? Well, all that is coming up after the break. Stay with us.
Panda tukupandishe on Yo Entertainment this new year on GoTV bila kulipia extra. Kama uko on GoTV Lite, lipia GoTV Value. Utapata kufurahia GoTV Plus. Tayari on GoTV Value, then lipia GoTV Plus uenjoy GoTV Max. Kama wewe ni wa GoTV Plus, lipia GoTV Max ujinice na shows noma kabisa on GoTV Super. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows una like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Tukupandishe on Yo Entertainment this new year on GoTV bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows una like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Welcome back. Glad you're still with us. The show is Health and Diary, and for today we are talking about urinary incontinence. And to help us with our conversation, we have Dr. Bob Achila, who is a consultant urogynecologist right here at the Aga Khan University Hospital, as well as Elizabeth Mwiga, who is sharing her journey as far as urinary incontinence is concerned and the various ways that she had to, sort of like modify to deal with the same until she got the help that she needed. So Elizabeth,
yes.
You had to make sure that you don't wait until your bladder is full
yes.
to go to the bathroom, right? Any other thing that you had to do just to make it a little bit bearable for you?
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, the exercises, but now, as age catches up,
yes.
the muscles also becomes loose.
A little bit weaker. That's true. Yeah.
Right now I'm 59.
No way! You look nothing like 59.
Yes, I am.
Okay, wow.
Yes,
okay.
So as you see, as age catches up, the muscles also becomes loose. Yeah. So that's now the time I decided enough is enough, because now the waiting was more as the age catches, and I decided to go to the gynecologist clinic to see Dr. Ashila.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was last year, November.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
I mean, you tried since 1994, and then 4 years later, that is around 1998, and then in 2011, like you said, is when you had to,
yes.
try different ways to see if this helps. Up until 2022 is when you decided to,
I need to seek medical advice again.
Yeah.
So I went in to Dr. Ashila's clinic, the gynecologist clinic.
Yeah.
And here I am.
Here you are, and we're happy that you're here to share your story. So then, what are some of the steps? What does diagnosis look like for urinary incontinence?
I think usually the main thing is just to talk to the patient and let the patient explain to you their symptoms, and it can become fairly clear what the situation is. So, for example, if a patient says, "I have to wear diapers because I'm constantly wet," it's unlikely that it's stress incontinence. But for example, if I'm always okay, but when I jump or laugh or cough is when I'm leaking, then you can start thinking of something like stress incontinence. So the first thing is usually just taking the history from the patient. And then you can do some simple investigations. For example, just a urine test. Because sometimes something as simple as an infection in the urine can lead to increased frequency, urgency, rushing to the toilet. So don't think of big things initially. Be basic, talk to the patient. If necessary, you might need to do one or two basic investigations. And then if necessary, you might decide to do other tests. But these are like specialist tests. For example, some sort of ultrasound or other investigations.
That can be done. Did you have at some point to wear diapers?
No. Even pads, very rarely.
Okay.
Unless I'm traveling.
Okay.
Outside the lobby.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is when you have to use them. Yeah.
But actually, for stress incontinence, the amount of leakage is not a lot.
Okay.
Because it might just be drops. But this is still quite important. Because you can imagine, as a lady, if you cough and you're leaking even just 2 drops, then you have to be very careful in terms of how you dress up.
Yes.
Because it can show very easily. So the amount of leakage may not be that much, but still, even a small amount of leakage can have a very big impact on quality of life.
Yeah. So after, this diagnosis process for you, what are some of the things that Dr. told you to do? What does treatment options, looked like for you?
The option was to go to theatre.
All right.
He assured me I should not fear because told it's not a long, it's not a major surgery. And we agreed and he booked for me theatre. Came in the morning at around 8:30. And within an hour or less, I was done. I was done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really like the way you're very positive and very optimistic about this, because majority of the time a lot of people would feel embarrassed to even talk about these and have this conversation. So it's really good that you're here to tell people, listen, this is a condition just like any other condition, and it can be, right?
Yes,
it can be dealt with.
Yes.
Yeah.
She went home the same day.
Yes, it was a
Look at that.
Yes.
Okay, all right. But is surgery the only option, Dr. for this?
No, not really. As Elizabeth has explained herself, before you get to the point of now maybe surgery is what needs to be done, you usually want to begin with simple measures. Like, for example, for patients who have urge incontinence, we usually want to review how much fluid intake they're taking. Because we want you to avoid extremes of fluid intake. Either you're not taking at all and you're very dehydrated, and therefore your urine is very concentrated and irritating to the bladder. Or the other extreme is that you're drinking too much. So maybe somebody is taking like around 4 liters of water in a day.
A bit of an overstretch.
Obviously, you'll have to keep on rushing to the toilet.
That's true.
It's unlikely that in our climate and environment that anybody will need more than maybe 2 liters of fluid intake in a day. And then you don't want you to just drink all that fluid in one sitting. Even if you're taking maybe 1.5 to 2 liters, but you can spread it out throughout the day. And then we also know there are some things which can be irritating to the bladder. For example, caffeine. Okay, so if you have a problem with your bladder, then it's an issue of moderation. We try and reduce intake of caffeine, try and reduce intake of carbonated drinks. And then there are also other things which you can do, like, for example, Elizabeth was trying to do pelvic floor exercises. If you're obese, there's always quite a bit of benefit in trying to get into an ideal body weight. And then we can also do things like bladder training. So, for example, if you really feel you're pressed and you have to rush, then through some training process, we can train you slowly to be able to try and suppress that urgency and maybe try and push it longer and longer. So there are always many things which can be done initially, which can include lifestyle modifications, physiotherapy, weight reduction, before eventually we say that surgery is the solution for you.
Okay, so it's like the last resort, really.
I don't like saying that surgery is a last resort. It's one of the options, but also can be surgery can be very effective.
Okay.
For example, in Elizabeth's situation, surgery turned out to be a very effective solution for her problem.
Okay, all right, because she tried everything else.
Exactly.
Like she said, it did not work.
Yes.
Okay, so came in, when was the surgery done? Last year?
Last year on 8th of November.
8th of November.
Yes.
All right, so just a few months,
yes.
in.
Yes.
And you're here today. So then how long did it take for you to, get to that level of you are okay? Right? There's no more leakage, you can laugh all you want, you can jump all you want.
Oh, yes.
You can take as much water as you want, and you'll still be okay.
It took 2 weeks,
all right.
14 days, and I was back at work. Yes, and within those 2 weeks, I was doing some exercises in the house, and nothing, I was not leaking or anything. Things that I could not do before without leaking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And I want to imagine, how did life change for you compared before and after, where you had to really think hard for things like just going to church? You had to really, do I, and if I go, what happens, you know, and all those things.
Oh, well, it was wonderful.
Yeah.
Because now I no longer think that I'm wetting myself. I'm no longer worried that I'm a cloud of people. Anything can happen to me. Yeah. So I can continue with my gym, especially jumping and exercising in the house without worry that my children will see, hey, there is water on the floor. What's happening? Yes.
I like that. All right, so as we bring this then to a close, Elizabeth, let's start with you.
Yes.
To all the people watching us, maybe have the same, you know, issue, and they're like, this is too embarrassing. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to tell anyone. This is just me, right? What would you tell them? And even to the society, because again, like we said, there can be a lot of stigma, you know, surrounding the same, and yet this is a condition that sometimes someone has no control over. What would you say?
Well, I would say, don't keep quiet. Seek medical advice. Visit the gynecologist clinic that is near you. See the gynecologist. And there you go. It will be okay. Let's talk about it through social media so that we can educate our girls, both the old and the young.
That's true.
Yes.
That's true. And it is exactly what you're doing here today.
Yes.
Educating the people and telling them,
Yes.
listen, this is something that can happen to anyone. And also support. When you see, you know, something, or when you smell urine, again, the best thing is not to avoid the person.
No. You should
them,
not.
right?
You should not avoid the person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Help them seek help.
Yes.
All right. I like that. All right. And Dr. what would you say, you know, to the people watching us, and of course, maybe talk a little bit about the cost of treatment, because someone might be curious to understand, okay, so how much will this cost, and what is it that I need to know?
They should know is that incontinence of urine is not a rare thing. There can be embarrassment, there can be stigma, but I would encourage anybody with this kind of problem to just come forward and seek help either from a urogynecologist or from a urologist, so that there can be an evaluation and then a formulation of a treatment plan. We can't really talk about cost because it will depend on what is causing your incontinence. So the first thing I think is for you to be able to be evaluated, and then depending on the situation, treatment plan can be formulated for you. Yeah.
Is it covered by insurance, or is it mostly out of pocket?
Insurance is covering for most of these things.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, Dr. thank you so much really for helping us really understand what incontinence is all about. Dr. Boba Chila, consultant urogynecologist right here at the Aga Khan University Hospital. And of course, big thanks as well to you, Elizabeth Muiga, who again, you agreed to come and speak to us, you know, about this so that we can help educate as many people out there as possible. So thank you really to both of you. For that, well, time now for you to take a look at this health tip.
This exercise is excellent for pregnant mothers because it does not involve a lot of movement. You can be able to do it without any risk of injury. All you have to do is stand with your feet close together, then step sideways as you raise your arms. Go to half squat position. You don't have to squat low. Then go back to starting position as you lower your arms. The other side, just like that. The lower you go, the more you engage your muscles. This exercise is working so many muscle groups. It's working your shoulders, your quadriceps, your hamstrings, and your glutes. So do it as many times as you can.
Well, that marks the end of the conversation today, and I really, really liked Elizabeth's energy as far as, you know, the whole issue is concerned. And the takeaway message is, it is okay to seek help. And of course, for the general population, support is very important. So in the event that you smell a bit of urine here or there, well, maybe consider, of course, helping the person to seek help as compared to castigating them. We have to end it here. My name is Winnie Lubembe. And of course, if you have more questions, feel free to interact with us on our social media handles down at the bottom of your screen. A special thanks to the Aga Khan University Hospital for hosting us today. Until next time, adios. Adios, amigas.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Welcome to Pishi Bomba. It is a new year, so we have new recipes lined up for you, and of course super easy and delicious. Now, a big thank you to Pneumatic for having us in the kitchen today, and of course if you're joining us for the very first time, all you have to do is simply tell us what you want to learn how to make, and we call you in the kitchen and we show you how to do that step by step, so that by the time you leave this set, you basically can make it with your eyes closed. Now, I'm Claire Karatu, and of course you can catch up on every single episode. That's on ntvkenya.co.ke, or simply scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Now, let's get to the food. Before we get to what we have on the table in terms of ingredients, let's welcome our guest, Ruth. Ruth, please welcome to Said Hi. You're welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
I'm going to
having
get you
me.
right ready even before you tell us what you wanted to make, and just get you in an apron.
Thank you so
You're
so
welcome.
much.
So we're just going to pop those on. I'll pop one with you because my producer asked me, you're in white, Claire. Yes, I am today. So I'll cover that up. Perfect. You
Thank
okay?
you, yes.
All right. Now, Ruth, please tell us what you wanted to learn how to make. You're welcome.
So today I wanted to learn how to make spring rolls.
Okay.
They're my favorite snacks, but I've never had time to make them at home.
Is that right? First of all, please tell our viewers what you do, because the pressure in this kitchen is going to be real today.
So my name is Ruth Atieno, CEO and founder of Artist Kitchen.
Okay.
For now, what we majorly major on is cooking, but on delivery and order only.
I see.
Yes.
And you've never tried to make a spring roll?
Imagine never.
But you love to eat it?
Yes,
fantastic.
A lot.
All right, now the first thing we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to kindly wash your hands right at the back over there.
Okay.
And we're going to make the sheets. Now, all the sheets need is some flour, some salt, some sugar, and some water. That's it. Like you're making a samosa sheet, right?
Yes.
Would you like a towel, please? Here you go.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. All right, now we will knead this real fast and we'll be back to show you just how it's supposed to look. So basically, I'm going to add in my flour. Are we making many? Not so much, yeah?
Not so much.
All right, so I'm going to add in my flour, that's a cup of flour. I'm going to add in a pinch of salt to mine. I know you know how to make these sheets, don't you?
Yes.
So
And then, of course, my little bit of sugar. I like to add a little bit of both salt and sugar because it gives that extra flavor that you want in your sheet, right?
Yes.
All right, now we've got that going. Here you go. There's some salt here as well. Now, as she's adding those ingredients to her bowl to be able to mix out the wrapper that we're going to be using for our spring rolls, let me take you through our ingredients. We've got white onions. We've got some very thinly cut cabbage. We've got some carrots. We've got some oyster sauce, that's optional. We've got some white pepper, some garlic, some oil, some sesame oil, and also sesame seed, which is also optional. I like to add that oriental feel to my spring rolls, but you don't have to add those two. If you just fry it, it will be just fine. Okay. And of course, we have our very little bit, the tiny little bits of chicken. Okay. All right, and of course, salt and sugar. Okay. Now, we're gonna mix this with a little bit of water and make sure it's a nice firm dough that we can be able to roll out, so we'll be right back. All right, now basically what we have is we've got our sheets which we've rolled, and what I will require you to do, because you said you know, to just so that we can be able to peel them. Or do you prefer to put yours in the oven? No. It's okay. You'll do this one. Okay, fine. Why are you looking at me like you're thinking about it?
I'm like, yeah, we can put it in the oven.
In the oven, yeah? It usually works way better and way faster. So what I'll do is I'll preheat the oven, and then we'll pop our sheets in there. The rest of them, I just wanted to show, I guess, an option that you can do this as well, and then we're going to be able to peel them. All right, now after we're done with making the sheets, what we're going to do is now just basically fry our chicken. All right, so now basically what we're going to do after frying them for just a bit is we're going to begin to peel the layers apart, and then we'll have our individual sheets. Let me just start with this one. Be careful, they can be slightly still hot from cooking them. You just want to be gentle so that you don't tear any of them away. So basically what you will be left with is a very nice, almost translucent piece of sheet that we're going to be using to fill in our whatchamacallit? Our chicken.
Yep.
Yes.
Chicken fillings.
Yes, our chicken filling. All right, now we have our basic sheet just ready for whatever it is that we're going to be filling it with. Yes. And so we're going to move to the cooking part, which I'll have to change this because of the flame. Is that okay?
No problem.
Would you like to use a bigger pan?
You can use the small one.
Okay. I like to use a bigger one because the food burns really, really quick. All right, now, so we're going to come to frying. That's your mwiko. The first thing that we're going to do, obviously, is we're going to add in a tablespoon or 2 of oil. I'm going to put 3 because of the fact that my pan is bigger. Okay. Please go ahead. And then we have our chicken here, which I'm basically going to season with salt and white pepper. Just straight in there. And white pepper. Not too much. You don't want to over season with the pepper, the white pepper. I'll just give it a little bit more of the salt. All right, as that is going, we're going to take our onions. It's okay, I got you. I'll go behind you. And begin to get them to a nice translucent color. Sorry, I've taken way more than I should have. Okay. May I add for you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then add, would you like some more? I think it's okay. It's fine. Okay, yeah. I gave you your mwiko. Yes. All right, give that a lovely stir. Make sure it's nice and translucent. I like to add in my chicken. Just don't get them brown. You don't want to brown your onions because they'll continue to cook. Go ahead, add half, just as much as you'd like in there, and then I'll take the rest. And basically what you want to do is you want to just cook down your chicken. Thank you. Okay. All right, so we're gonna cook down our chicken. Now I'm going to use your filling because it's supposed to have like a lot of veggies. You're supposed to get that lovely crunch out of there. And the best part about this is you can opt to just fry it as is with salt and pepper alone. But I'm just gonna add just a little bit of, like I said, a little twist to it. So I'm going to add some soy sauce at some point and some oyster sauce. I'm trying to wonder if I need to thicken it. No, it's fine. And we've got some sesame oil as well, which I will add later. So what we're gonna do is wait for our chicken to cook through slightly more because you want it nice and cooked through. If you can get it in strips, that's even better. But chunks also, that's fine. It works just perfectly fine. So we've got that going nice. I like that yours is ready. You can go ahead and add some of the carrots and some of the cabbage as well, depending on how much you'd like. And then if you'd like, thank you. And then add a tablespoon of the soy sauce and the sesame oil. All right. Now I'm going to wait for mine because I feel like mine still needs a little bit more to go. Yes, some sesame oil. You can add with a tablespoon. I don't know I had one. Oh, here you go. Just add a tablespoon of that straight in there. And then some soy sauce as well. Perfect. And then you can add some oyster sauce as well. Not compulsory, that's okay. But it just adds, I guess, to the flavor. Like I said, I'm giving you that oriental feel. So give that a lovely, lovely mix. Make sure it's nicely mixed in there. And then at some point, you're going to taste for your seasoning, just to make sure you have the right amount of seasoning. And then we begin to fill our pockets. All right, mine got a little bit watery, which I do not like, so I'm just gonna dry it out. Perfect, look at that. That looks so beautiful already. Yeah, make sure you get the sauce cooked through completely. Yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna go in with mine as well. Just add the rest of it. Okay, now I'm going to add in garlic to mine because I love garlic. So please add also just a little bit of that in there as well. Unbelievable.
I also love a lot of garlic.
A lot of garlic, yeah? Oh yeah, you put a lot.
I love it.
Yeah. You can give it a taste because you don't want to overcook it. So you want to now just give that a taste. All right.
I'll add salt.
You'll add salt, huh? Okay. Meaning that mine will need salt as well. Once you add salt, just mix and switch it off because you still want that crunch. All right, now we are going to basically just dry out whatever we have left. So we're going to go on a short break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. and people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Nimeget airtime.
Airtel Money inakuokolea.
Really?
Ukiwithdraw chapa kwa Airtel Money agent inakurudishia hiyo transaction fee kama airtime.
Asante.
Karibu.
Airtel Money makes your life kidogo better.
This is NTV.
Yajayo katika NTV Weekendi.
Hawa watu watawachana na hiyo tabia mbaya ya kuuliza wazazi walipe pesa na ilihali serikali imetoa pesa.
Rais wakosoa vikali walimu wakuu kuhusu karo.
Tunapanda mbegu ikitokezea pia wanakula.
Tumejaribu dawa imeshindikana.
Viwavi wavamia kwa kishindo kaunti ya Tana River muda mfupi baada ya mvua ya El Nino.
Hata kama vile nilikuwa na tafuta ninapeleka kwa pombe. Sasa sipeleki kwa pombe, najiwekea kitu.
Waliokuwa waraibu wa pombe wa hadithi ya safari zao baada ya kuwasi mtindi.
I saw a child going up and down and actually was going down completely. So I realized this was a problem, and with all my clothes and everything I just dived in and got the baby out. That is when I realized I could do this job.
Na ajuza wa miaka 64 awaduwazo wa Kenya kwa weledi wake wa kuogelea.
Nimeget airtime.
Airtel Money inakuokolea.
Really?
Yes.
Aje?
Ukiwithdraw chapa kwa Airtel Money agent inakurudishia hiyo transaction fee kama airtime.
Asante.
Karibu.
Shosho. Chiko. Nipotea.
Angalia hapo kwa buchari kanjia kako hapo.
Oh. Shosho.
Airtel Money makes your life kidogo better.
Pata taarifa.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex.
Kuna shida? Alex amevamiwa, sahi ako kwa shida.
When you're finally released from pain, that moment when you start to get back to ordinary, and ordinary feels amazing. Whatever pain you're going through, release starts here.
Panda tukupandishe on Go Entertainment this new year on GoTV. Bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows unalike free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Welcome back to Fishy Bomba. We have been in the kitchen with Ruth. Ruth, what have we done so far? I like to ask every guest.
Yes, we've already made our fillings.
Okay.
Yeah, and it tastes really nice.
I'm glad that you like it.
Yes.
You made it.
Yes.
And then we did our sheets as well,
Yes,
which we
did
rolled
our
out.
sheets, yeah.
And now basically yours are going to be a nice, bigger what is it called? Spring roll, and mine will be the little tiny spring rolls. So what we're gonna do is we've got our paste here, which is basically water and flour. Nice, bring it to a nice thickness. You want to grab your filling and then just fill it across, just at the bottom, across like that. Not too much and not too little, not across diagonally. So diagonally. So you see it's at the corner.
It's the corner.
It's the corner that you want it at. So once you have it at the corner, then what you want to do is you want to, and oh yes, by the way, for your sheet, get the side that's cooked to be inside. So for example, for this one, the browning part is the part that's going to be inside so that it's not soggy on the inside, and then the outside can crispen up. And then what you want to do, so diagonally.
So like I put it.
Yes, so diagonally, yes. Perfect. Perfect. So what you want to do is you want to tuck, basically begin to bring in your corner and then just roll.
Like that?
Exactly. And then just roll, and then you get, once you've tucked it in, you want to get the corner edges. You can get some glue if you want to, not necessary, but if you want to, you can. And then just tuck that in, then get glue on the other side as well. And then you want to tuck that in as well. So you see you have the corners. You need to get that, you need to get this, just unroll it. So basically, you need to get this diagonally. So we want to reduce the amount of, like that.
Okay.
That would work better. I'm just going to take some out, if that's okay. And then you want to roll it from here. So always like have a triangle, so roll it from here, right? So roll it from there. Wonderful. And then you want to tuck in now the corners. Tuck in your corners. So you almost have like a letter, and then you want to just finish it up just to make sure that everything is sealed. You want to add your glue in there completely, and then you want to just finish it off.
So I keep going?
You keep going, yes. So now we know for yours we're gonna add just a bit thicker and thinner.
Okay.
So because of your sheet is quite large, yeah?
Okay.
At least the first one looks pretty good. Pretty
First
good.
time.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, now we are going to continue to fill the rest of our sheets just to make sure we have enough spring rolls. And of course we have our oil here just heating up, and then we'll deep fry them until they're nice and golden brown, and we'll show you just how they end up looking. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to dip our lovely rolled spring rolls into the oil that's now hot. I'm going to drop one just to make sure that it's hot first. Perfect. So you can go ahead and add two. You don't want to overcrowd the pan because that cools down the oil, and then it begins to soak in the oil. So you don't want a very oily spring roll. They look so nice for the yours because it was thin. Those are the ones that are usually nice and crunchy. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Still don't want to overcrowd. Oh yeah, yours is pretty much going. You see, I love your paste. Look at that. Beautiful pastry. Beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, it's also nice.
Ah.
And generous.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome. My name is Chef Peter. Today's kitchen hack, we're going to be showing you how to peel potatoes without using a potato peeler. So here I have my potatoes, which I have cleaned, of course. We're going to use a knife to score outside horizontally round the potato. Repeat that with your other potatoes. This recipe is good. This is a good method when you have a lot of potatoes that need peeling, so it saves you a lot of time. Let the water cover the potatoes so that they cook evenly. So after we've boiled our potatoes until they're tender, put them in ice cold water or ice water, and make sure they're sufficiently cold enough before you start peeling them. Okay, after that we take it out of our ice cold water and just rub your fingers on the side until it has peeled off. So I've just finished cleaning this one up. So there you have a peeled potato without using a potato peeler.
All right, now there we have it. You get to try your own rolls.
Yep.
So please go ahead. I did put a little bit of sweet chili. You can do various dipping sauces.
Okay.
But today we're just using the sweet chili sauce as our dipping sauce.
Okay.
You want to grab the one that's cooled
that's
down.
cooled down.
This can burn you, so be careful. You can just go ahead and break it.
Yeah.
All right. I've cut some for her. Thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Please go ahead and try your spring roll.
Okay. Will you want to try mine as well?
Yes, definitely. I have
Let's
to
try
try
this
this
one.
Okay. Thank you. It's still quite hot, so I guess we need to be a bit careful. And thank you for not dipping into that because we were sharing.
Oh.
There you go. That's perfect. All right. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you, I love how thin your pastry is.
Thank you.
So it's just the perfect crunch. And then they still got a lot of the veggies as well.
Yes.
Which are still crunchy. So this is absolutely delicious.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well done.
Thank you, chef.
Now you can be able to make this, definitely, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we just had one more. Let me just take this out before it burns. Ruth, I just wanted to say thank you for making us make this. In fact, I'm going to make this at home for the kids. So thank you so much. And then freeze them. That's the good thing about them, is you can make them and then freeze them. So whenever you want to have some, you just take some out, let them defrost at room temperature. Don't put them in the microwave, and then just fry them.
Yes.
Right? So thank you once again.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
Hope to see you next time.
Definitely. You're more than welcome here on Pishi Bomba, and so are you. Now, Ruth, how can people find you on the social media pages?
So on Instagram, it's artist_kitchen. On Facebook, it's Artist Kitchen. And you can also reach out to me. The number is on the poster. Yes, and we can talk more on WhatsApp or on call.
I love it.
Yes.
And I love your spring roll.
Thank you so much.
So you're going to put this on the menu, aren't you?
Yes, definitely. As from today, now.
There's spring roll on the menu. Of course, you can be able to find all our episodes from last year till this year on ntvkenya.co.ke. And of course, if you'd like to be on the show, all you have to do is inbox us and let us know what you want to learn how to make, and we will show you step by step here in the Pneumatic Kitchen. So big shout out to the Pneumatic Kitchen as well for having us in their beautiful space. That's it for today here on Pishi Bomba. Happy cooking.
sijui imetokea shape gani.
Okay. Don't give us a heart attack. Zima. You need it crunchy. Good job.
Very soft.
So we're just going to make sure that they're nicely. Unajua inakuanga ya pasta. A thick one.
Mine is nimeinyima.
Nimeinyima nyama.
Naangalia hii.
Kutana na Januari, mwezi mgumu wa ukame, na wengi wenye usani huanguka.
Januari hii kuna up to 1 million Kenyan shillings za kushindaniwa kwenye *570#. Cheza Lucky Game. Kumbuka every 100 shillings ambao unacheza nao kwenye Lucky Game inakupatia 1 entry ticket ya kuingia kwenye draw ya kujishindia up to 1 million Kenyan shillings. Na mshindi wetu namba 2 anapata 500,000 Kenyan shillings ambayo tutawatangaza on the 21st of January hii.
Ati *5
ni *570# au www.ebet.co.ke. Januari hii isikukaushe.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex.
Alex! Fungua mlango. Alex!
Kwa nini kuna shida?
Alex amevamiwa, sasa ako kwa shida.
This is NTV.
Mtazamaji, ni siku ya Jumapili tarehe 21 mwezi Januari mwaka 2024. Popote pale ulipo, natumai kuwa siku yako imekwenda vyema kabisa. Hujambo na karibu. Hizi ni taarifa za NTV Weekend kuanzia sasa hadi mwendo wa saa 1:30. Mtazamaji, kuna mengi ambayo tumekuandalia kutoka pembe mbalimbali za taifa. Kama ilivyo ada, kama ilivyo kawaida, tuanze na vipasho.
Hawa watu watawachana na hiyo tabia mbaya ya kuuliza wazazi walipe pesa na ili hali serikali imetoa pesa.
Rais wakosoa vikali walimu wakuu kuhusu karo.
Tunapanda, mbegu ikitokezea pia wanakula.
Tumejaribu dawa imeshindikana.
Viwavi wavamia kwa kishindo kaunti ya Tana River muda mfupi baada ya mvua ya El Nino.
Hata kama vile nilikuwa na tafuta ninapeleka kwa pombe. Sasa sipeleki kwa pombe, najiwekea kitu.
Waliokuwa waraibu wa pombe wa hadithi ya safari zao baada ya kuwasi mtindi.
I saw a child going up and down and actually was going down completely. So I realized this was a problem, and with all my clothes and everything, I just dived in and got the baby out. That is when I realized I could do this job.
Na ajuza wa miaka 64 awaduwazi wa Kenya kwa weledi wake wa kuogelea.
Mubashara kutoka jumba la Nation. Hii ni NTV Weekendi na Nicholas Wambua.
So Dr. mtazamaji, kakitakwa na mananami kuanzia sasa hadi tamati. Mwenzangu huluga ishara ni Flora Atieno. Taarifa kamili. Wakulima kutoka Galole, Bura na Tana Delta katika kaunti ya Tana River wanakadiria hasara kubwa kufuatia uharibifu wa mazao yao shambani kutokana na viwavi. Wadudu hao wamenyemelea mimea na wanazidi kuongezeka na kuzua hofu miongoni mwa wakulima ambao wanahofia huenda wakakosa mavuno msimu huu baada tu ya mvua ya El Nino. Kevin Mutai anatufungulia taarifa zetu kutoka upande wa pwani ya Kenya.
Ni miezi kadhaa baada ya mafuriko kushuhudiwa katika kaunti ya Tana River, wenyeji wakiwa baadhi ya Wakenya walioathirika vibaya kutokana na mvua hiyo ambayo ilisababisha uharibifu mkubwa sio tu kwa wanadamu na wanyama bali hata mimea. Hata kabla ya kufunga macho na kufungua, masaibu zaidi yanawaandama baadhi ya wenyeji eneo hilo. Wakulima wanalia kufuatia uharibifu wa viwavi ambao wamevamia zaidi ya ekari 400 za mimea hasa mahindi.
Tumepitia changamoto nyingi sana. Tumepanda, kama ni mahindi tumepanda, lakini vyote hivyo vilivamiwa na viwavi wakatumalizia kabisa mimea yetu. Mpaka hata watoto wetu hatuna namna ya kuwasaidia, chakula hatuna, mbegu hatuna, madawa pia hakuna.
Wadudu ambao wametokezea wakati tunapanda ndio wakati ambao muda ambao wamekuja. Wakati tunapanda mbegu ikitokezea pia wanakula.
Viwavi ni wadudu waharibifu kutokana na hamu yao ya kula, kwani sasa wamevamia sehemu kubwa ya mashamba haya wakila usiku na mchana.
Sehemu nyingine inabaki mchanga tu. Tunashindwa na hii kilimo itakuwaje na tutujui tutavuna nini. Hiyo maendeleo ya kuwa tutapata maendeleo namna gani, manake hali imekuwa ngumu sana ya kuhisi hii wadudu wametuvamia zaidi.
Kwa mujibu wa wakulima kutoka kijiji cha Laini, kuna hofu ya madhara zaidi kwani wadudu hao wanaendelea kuzaana na kuongezeka. Wanasema wamejaribu kila mbinu ikiwemo njia za kitamaduni ili kukabiliana na wadudu hao bila ya mafanikio.
Kila siku tunajaribu kila aina dawa, mpaka tunajaribu hata mchanga ukiwa umekuwa moto tunaweka kwa mahindi. At least tuone hao wadudu wanaweza kufa, kwa sababu tumejaribu dawa imeshindikana. So tunaomba wafadhili wakuje watusaidie, waangalie hao wataalamu, waangalie kama tunaweza saidika ama la.
Tumetumia karibu 300,000, lakini tunaona mavuno hatuwezi pata kitu sababu ya viwavi.
Baadhi ya sehemu ambazo zimeathirika zaidi na viwavi ni Galole, Bura na Tana Delta, wakulima wakiwachwa na hasara wakihofia ukosefu wa mazao shambani na hata chakula msimu wa kuvuna utakapowadia. Kevin Mutai, NTV.
Na mtazamaji, kwenye kisa cha kushangaza ni kuwa kuna kichwa cha mwanamke ambacho kimepatikana kwenye bwawa la Kiambaa katika kaunti ya Kiambu. Wenyeji wanasema walipata kichwa cha anayeaminika kuwa mwanamke bila mwili wake na kilikuwa kimefungwa na gunia. Wanasema kwamba hawajui kichwa hicho ni cha nani kwani sio cha mtu wanayemfahamu, wakisema huenda aliuawa maeneo mengine na kichwa kupelekwa huko. Wenyeji wanasema kwamba mauaji hayo si ya kwanza kwani mwaka jana kulipatikana mwili mwingine kwenye bwawa hilo bila mavazi.
Sisi tukakuja tukakuta kichwa imewekwa kwa bag.
hatujui kichwa ilikuwa inatoka wapi. Na hii njia ni mbaya sana. Simnaona vile inakaa. Hii njia watoto wakikuja, hata pengine kuna watu wanakuja hapa uji. Wakiona ukipita hivi wanatokea kwa barabara. Wanakukibiza. Nadhani hii kichwa pengine ilitengenezwa na mwili kakuja kutupwa hapa. Juu kuna mwaka hiyo ingine kuna mtu alikuwa ameletwa hapa. Alikuwa hana nguo, alikuwa ametupwa pale juu.
Changamoto tuko nayo hapa ni security. Hakuna security. Hii kama hii dam hakuna, inafaa ikuwe imeangalia vizuri, ikuwe na fence mzuri na iangaliwe juu hata kuna vijana wanakujanga kuswim, haina security ile mzuri. Na ile ingine tunataka hii ikuwe fenced.
Mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba kuna taarifa ambayo tumekuwa tukifuatizia kuhusiana na binti ambaye aliuawa katika chumba cha kukodisha kwa muda, mwili wake bila kichwa. Tunasubiri uchunguzi zaidi. Binti wa umri wa miaka 22 kutoka kijiji cha Karaini, eneo la Kirinyaga ya Kati, kaunti ya Kirinyaga, amenusurika kifo baada ya kumeza dawa kupita kiasi kwa kile kinachodaiwa ni kutaka kujitoa uhai baada ya wazazi wake kushindwa kupata shilingi 70,000 kugharamia matibabu yake hospitalini. Niles Njoki alihusika katika ajali mwezi Disemba na kuvunjika mguu na mkono, hivyo alihitaji kuwekwa vyuma. Nuru Abdulaziz sasa naarifu.
Hapa ni katika hospitali ya Kerugoya level 5 ambapo Niles Njoki amefika kuwekewa chuma mguuni kufuatia ajali ya barabarani tarehe 9 mwezi wa Disemba.
Accident ya gari na pikipiki. Nilikuwa natoka Kagumo nikienda nyumbani Karaini, nayo gari ilikuwa inatoka Karaini ikikuja Kagumo, na hapo ndo nilijiinvolve na accident, nikagongwa, nikavunjwa mguu na mkono, nikaletwa hospitali.
Baada ya kutibiwa alistahili kurejea hospitalini kuwekewa chuma, na ndipo wazazi wake wakashindwa kugharamikia matibabu hayo.
Wakati nilisikia pesa itapatikana kurudi date 16, nilijaribu kujitoa uhai kwa sababu nilikuwa broke na desperate, lakini haikuwezekana. God was on my side.
Tukifika tarehe 15 aliniuliza kama niko na mkanda, nikamwambia niko na kamba, nikamwambia sina, nikamuuliza ni ya nini, akaniambia hakuna. Kuenda kurundi nikakuta ametoa dawa zile tulikuwa tumepewa painkiller, akakunywa sote. Tukamleta huku akapanywa guiding and counseling.
Hali ya Niles imewalazimu baadhi ya viongozi Kirinyaga akiwemo gavana Anne Waiguru kugharamia matibabu yake ili kuokoa maisha yake. Nuru Abdulaziz, NTV.
Na mtazamaji, mwanafunzi aliyepata alama 372 kwenye mtihani wa KCPE mwaka jana katika eneo la Butula, kaunti ya Busia, ametoweka nyumbani kutokana na ukosefu wa karo. Inadaiwa mwanafunzi huyo kwa jina Gabriel Sande alitoweka nyumbani kwao baada ya wazazi kukosa uwezo wa kifedha kumpeleka shuleni kutokana na hali ya uchochole inayokumba familia hiyo. Mwanafunzi huyo alikuwa ameitwa katika shule ya upili ya Rangala iliyoko katika kaunti ya Busia kujiunga na kidato cha kwanza mwezi huu wa Januari. Aidha, familia hiyo inalilia serikali pamoja na wahisani kujitokeza kumsaidia mwana wao kujiunga na shule ya upili ili kufanikisha ndoto zake za elimu.
Alafu ilikuwa siku ya Jumatatu jioni ambapo aliniambia mama nitatoka. Aliponiambia ni mama nitatoka, hakuniambia atatoka itaenda wapi.
Kijana hakufanikiwa kupata udhamini kwa sababu ya kuchelewa katika stakabadhi yake ile ya cheti cha kuzaliwa, birth certificate. Wakati alipoona wenzake wanaenda kwa mashule, kijana sijui ni nini limuingia kwa akili, sijui ni pepo ama ni nini. Kijana kuanzia Jumatatu alichukua dokumenti zake na akapotea.
Amefanya mtihani wake wa KCPE mwaka uliopita, amepita vizuri na yeye ndiye aliongoza katika hii shule. Lakini nimeshtushwa kwamba Gabriel hajaenda shuleni. Gabriel nyumbani kwao hapatikani. Mpaka saizi Gabriel hatujui ako wapi.
Wakazi wa kijiji cha Tiekuni eneo la Ndei ya kaunti ya Kiambu wanakadiria hasara kubwa, huku wengine wakiachwa bila makao baada ya paa zao za nyumba kung'olewa na mimea kuharibiwa kufuatia upepo mkali wa mvua nyingi iliyoshuhudiwa siku ya Jumamosi. Mwanahabari wetu Gabriel Kudaka ana maelezo hayo tena kikamilifu.
mvua ingia ukawa unajaribu kuinua nini.
Upepo mkali na mvua nyingi Jumamosi iliwasababishia hasara wenyeji wa Tiekuni, kaunti ya Kiambu. Paa za nyumba zikang'olewa na kuacha wenyeji bila makazi.
Tukaona kitu inakaa smoke, ikaanza that side, ikatoka that side ikakuja hapa katikati, ilipotoka hapa katikati ikakuja hapa, ndio pepo ikakuja ikaangusha hizi zote. Tent zote ikaenda kwa shamba ya engineer na ikawaka moto pale kwa transformer zile ziko hapo. After that everything is a collide. Tumeenda hasara kubwa, vitu zingine zimeharibika, tent na vile zinakaa pia. Generator yetu imeharibika pia pale. Hapa kwa jirani tuliona tu mabati, sasa tulikuwa tunaona vitu zinapita juu zikienda zikianguka na huko, na mwenye kutafuta alikuwa anaitafuta ilikuwa imeenda tu bado.
Nikaanza kuangalia mabati hakuna, hata tumepata tu mabati kama 2 lakini nyingine imeenda.
Mimea yao iliyokuwa imenawiri haikusazwa. Wenyeji sasa wanaiomba serikali ya kaunti ya Kiambu kuwasaidia.
Sasa ile hasara tumeenda hasara kubwa, juu mahindi imelala yote.
Kuomba serikali yetu kuu pamoja na serikali yetu ya kaunti inapoongozwa na gavana wetu His Excellency Kimani Wamatangi, ya kwamba zile mahindi nyingi ambapo ulikuwa umetupatia sasa zimeweza kubebwa na mvua, na tunakuomba haraka iwezekanavyo. Hizi familia zote zimeshakuwa affected pamoja na wale wafanyikazi pale kwa barabara. Hizi familia zote hata leo hatujui wataweza kulala wapi. Tunawaomba wale wote wanaweza kutusaidia tuweze kusaidia hizi familia.
Tukio hilo liliwaacha wenyeji bila nguvu za umeme baada ya miti kuharibu nyaya za stima. Gabriel Kudaka, NTV.
Mtazamaji, hebu tubadilishe mitabendi kidogo, tuingie katika masuala ya siasa, ambapo serikali imetoa shilingi bilioni 62 katika sekta ya elimu ili kuhakikisha masomo hayatatiziki nchini, ikiwemo shilingi bilioni 10 za basari kupitia kwa NDCDF. Akizungumza katika eneo bunge la Teso Kusini katika kaunti ya Busia alipohudhuria maombi katika shule ya msingi ya Machakusi, Rais William Ruto amewaonya walimu wakuu dhidi ya kuwafukuza wanafunzi kutokana na ukosefu wa karo, akisema kuwa serikali imeshughulikia gharama hiyo. Rais vilevile amefichua kuwa walimu 20,000 wa shule za msingi na upili wataajiriwa pamoja na walimu 2,000 wa taasisi za mafunzo anuwai.
Kuna viongozi wengine wa haya mashule wanaenda kule wanamwambia mzazi ati pesa ya serikali haijafika, wewe lipa. Sasa msikie kutoka kwangu, kwa sababu hawa watu watawachana na hiyo tabia mbaya ya kuuliza wazazi walipe pesa na ili hali serikali imetoa pesa. Hii Januari tumetoa bilioni 62 ya kusomesha watoto wetu wa Kenya. Shule ya primary school, pesa ya primary school, pesa ya secondary school, pesa ya TVET, pesa ya university, mpaka pesa ya basari ambayo wabunge watatumia kupatia basaris watoto wetu.
Mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo naomba tupate mapumziko mafupi tu, muda si mrefu na rejea na mengi zaidi, ila tujifunze Kiswahili kupitia neno la siku.
Katika neno la siku leo tunaangazia neno uchinjo. Maana yake ni ada anayopewa mchinjaji wa kuku, mbuzi na kadhalika. Mfano katika sentensi: Kazimba amemripoti bosi wake kwa chifu. Alipomchinjia mbuzi wake, alikatalia uchinjo wa shilingi 2,000.
Kutana na Januari, mwezi mkuu wa ukame, na wengi wenye usani huanguka.
Januari hii kuna up to 1 million Kenyan shillings za kushindaniwa kwenye *570#. Cheza Lucky Game. Kumbuka every 100 shillings ambao unacheza nao kwenye Lucky Game inakupatia 1 entry ticket ya kuingia kwenye draw ya kujishindia up to 1 million Kenyan shillings. Na mshindi wetu namba 2 anapata 500,000 Kenyan shillings ambayo tutawatangaza on the 21st of January hii. Ni *570# au www.ebet.co.ke. January hii isikukaushe.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex.
Alex! Alex!
Kuna shida? Alex amevamiwa, sasa ako kwa shida.
Karibu tena mtazamaji, unaendelea kutazama taarifa za NTV Weekend. Tuangazie makuu ya leo mtazamaji, taarifa ambazo tunazipa kipaumbele kwenye ukuta huu. Kwanza kabisa ni kuhusiana na viwavi ambao wamevamia Tana River kule baada ya mvua El Nino. Wakazi sasa wanasema kwamba mdudu anawahangaisha saka mimea yao. Ya pili ni kuhusiana na upepo mkali ambao ulishuhudiwa katika kaunti ya Kiambu na kusababisha uharibifu wa makazi pamoja na hata mimea siku ya jana. Mtazamaji, bado wakazi wanazidi kulia kuhusiana na hili. La tatu mtazamaji ni kuhusiana na kauli ya Rais William Ruto kuhusiana na ufadhili wa elimu, ambapo tayari amewataka walimu wakuu kutowasumbua na kuwahangaisha wazazi kuhusiana na swala la fedha za ufadhili wa elimu, akisema vile vile CDF umepata pesa hizo kwa ajili ya mafunzo na wanafunzi kuhudhuria shule. La mwisho ni kuhusiana na hili mtazamaji, kwamba Kenya haina uhasama na majirani zake, amesema Musalia Mudavadi ambaye ni waziri wa masuala ya nje. Hii ni kuhusiana na Kenya na mataifa mengine ambayo yametajwa kwamba yamekuwa yakizozana. Tusonge mbele. Miezi michache iliyopita, naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua alionekana kukita kambi katika eneo la Mlima Kenya ambalo lina idadi kubwa ya vijana ambao wamegeukia uraibu wa pombe kupindukia. Mwanahabari wetu Martin Maura kutoka Murang'a amekutana na jamaa wawili katika kaunti hiyo ambao walikuwa wametumbukia kwenye lindi la pombe hiyo na ambao wameyasi. Tusikilize visa vyao.
Naitwa Julius Kagera. Niko na miaka 37. Sijaoa, bado niko basa. Sina mtoto. Nilikuwa mtu mrefu sana. Sasa hata mimi nilikuwa nimezaa haribika sana, hata nilikuwa pale kwa kulala ilikuwa shida. Sasa mimi unajua ni venye tulienda tukachukuana na lika yangu nikifika huko mtaani. Sasa kufika mtaani kuchukuana na lika yangu ikanionyesha maneno ya kopombe. Sasa kuingia kopombe sasa nikaharibika kabisa. Sasa ndio nilivujiwa na mgali na huko miguu mimi nikaleta huko nyumbani. Kuleta nyumbani sasa unaona kupona mimi niliamka tena nikarudi pale kwa alika yangu. Tukaendelea na ile maisha ya wapi? Ya kule. Tulikuwa tunakula raji tu usiku, hakuna kukula. Juu unafanya mahesabu inakosa na utaona utalala bila ulevi. Unafanya mahesabu inakataa kutosa. Sasa una meza yote, hata asubuhi ukiamka huna hata ya chai. Labda uhurumiwe na mtu akubaie chai. Hakuna mtu alikuwa, hata kama ni mtu wetu akikuja hakuwa anataka hata tupelekane na yeye. Yafanya mimi nilikuwa. Mungu alituma CEO kama malaika. Akakuja kama amekuja kwa good direct. Na mimi nikamueleza shida yangu na akaweza kuiwezana nayo, na sasa nikageuka nikakuwa mtu mwingine. Lakini sasa ina sawa sasa. Jua venye sasa unaona hata kama vile nilikuwa na tafuta ninapeleka kwa pombe. Sasa sipeleki kwa pombe. Najiwekea kitu hata kwa simu sasa hii ukaangalia siwezi kosa herufi yangu moja. Na zamani hata hapa singekuwa kwa hii kazi. Ningekuwa huko na hiyo lika yangu huko. Jengea watoto nasali hapa. Na sasa watu wa mikono njiite mtu wa mkono kama juu ni mimi wa kupatilia mafudi nini. Sisi tunapewa 600. Hiyo 600 unaweka kwa simu ama unaenda unakuta mamako unamuuliza mamu ni nini ambaye hakuna. Leo tutapika nini? Na zamani tulikuwa tunamaliza wiki gapi ama mwezi bila kuonana na yeye. Na kwake ni pale na kwangu ni hapa.
Kwa majina naitwa John Kenyungu. Mimi niko na miaka 45. Bibi niko na miaka 13. Nilianza kunywa pombe kulingana na watu wenye tulikuwa tunatembea na wao Nairobi. Wakati nilitoka huku, wenye tulikutana na wao, tuliingia kwa pombe na kuvuta bangi, kuvuta sigara, kutumia tobacco. Kila kitu aina ya menaa, mimi nilikuwa natumia kila kitu. Kuitwa niliitwa kuja kuniona babangu akiwa mgonjwa. Wakati nilikuja, nikasikia kuna mahali mtu anaenda kufanya kazi. Wakati nilienda nikaanza kuhubiriwa. Wakati tulienda huko, tulikuwa tunakunywa chai asubuhi, unapewa chai na mkate. Asubuhi lunch, unafanya kazi, unapewa pesa na anakuonyesha hata kunywa si vibaya lakini ukunywe kidogo. Sasa nilikuja hivyo mpaka nikaacha pombe. Kwa soba kwa miezi 7.
My name is Ada Duta Moneki. I was coming to construct for my dad and leave and go and do something else. But because of that kindness and the love that they also showed us, we decided to change their souls. And so far we have had about 400 of them. And we are going to go far. Only that sometimes we get challenges. You will start to rehabilitate. Some get back. So you have to keep following them. It is a lot of work and commitment. We empower them using the available resources. We have learned that these people have so much. It's only that they don't have somebody to guide them.
Madam Siu amesaidia mabwana zetu sana. Sasa wote wako huku, wakitoka huku, wanakuja wakiwa na mkate ya jioni. Sasa hata hatukuwa tunawaona sometime. Lakini nowadays, kuko na mabadiliko mingi sana.
Kwa majina naitwa David Waiganjo, mimi ni chief wa location ya Gitugi. Vijana wengi ambao walikuwa wanatokea kwa barabara kurandarada, siku hizi hata huko kwa shopping centers hakuna vijana. Shauri amewafundisha course na kuwapea kazi ya kama ni mjengo, kazi ya vibarua, saa hii wanaweka kitu kwa mfuko. Na vile naweza sema kama chief, hii hari na kazi hii ya Dream Hub imesaidia shauri hata crime rate imerudi chini kwa location yangu. Saa hii sina makesi mingi kwa ofisi ya watu wamepigana, watu wameimbiwa kuku, wezi wameisha kabisa.
Wezi wa kuku wameisha, mtazamaji. Basi baada ya taarifa hiyo naomba tupate mapumziko mafupi tu muda si mrefu na rejea na taarifa zaidi zikiwemo taarifa za spoti. Usiondoke.
New Nivea Luminous visibly reduces dark spots. Does it really work? Trust me. For post-acne marks too? Of course. World's #1 anti-spot expert serum now for post-acne dark marks and age spots. Visible results in just 2 weeks. That means also for my age spots. Already worked for over 1 million women. Nivea Luminous 630. It works.
Nimeget airtime.
Airtel Money inakuokolea.
Really?
Yes.
Aje?
Ukiwithdraw chapa kwa Airtel Money agent inakurudishia hiyo transaction fee kama airtime.
Auntie.
Karibu.
Shosho. Chiko. Nipotea.
Angalia hapo kwa buchari kanjia kako hapo.
Oh. Shosho.
Airtel Money makes your life kidogo better.
It's Friday and things are looking a bit boring.
Fanta. Submit to the fizziest of fizz. Surrender to a bubbly bliss. Fall for the tangiest of tangs. Succumb to the flavor frenzy. Fanta. Indulge with a sip and snack.
Sasa mdundo wa kudunda nyugani umeshalia, makinika tuende nito Yoshua Makori, Naomi Masibo na Daudi Lewano ndo mabingwa makala ya 3 mbio za nyika za idara ya NYS yaliyofanyika katika uwanja wa chuo cha NYS Gilgil ndani ya kaunti ya Nakuru. Nilikuwa kule na kuiandaa taarifa ifuatayo.
Basi ni rasmi, mbio hizo zimeweza kuanza.
Katika makala haya ya 3 ya mbio za nyika za idara ya NYS ukipenda huduma ya vijana kwa taifa, Naomi Masibo ndiye alitamba upande wa kinadada katika kilomita 10 akiwa anatokea katika eneo la bonde la Ufa. Masibo alihitaji muda wa dakika 39 na sekunde 54.98 kuibuka kidedea katika kilomita 10. Alifuatiwa katika nafasi ya pili na Viola Cherop kutoka magharibi mwa Kenya na alitumia muda dakika 41 na sekunde 20.22 kuambulia nafasi ya pili. Nafasi ya tatu ilimwendea Joy Mukanda Ekoro kutoka mashariki mwa Kenya akitumia muda wa dakika 42 na sekunde 34.20.
Race imekuwa si ngumu sana, but si rahisi sana pia.
Ulikuwa unatarajia?
Sikuwa natarajia. Ni neema tu ya Mungu. Ndio maana nimekuwa kwa hii position.
Kwa upande wa wanaume, Daudi Lewano akitokea magharibi mwa Kenya ndiye aling'aa na alitumia muda wa dakika 31 na sekunde 55.59. Lewano. Samuel Kiprop kutoka mashariki alikuwa wa pili kwa muda wa dakika 32 sekunde 6.33. Aliyekuwa bingwa mtetezi Ezra Lekuya kutoka Nairobi aliridhika na nafasi ya 3 kwa muda dakika 32 na sekunde 45.42.
Inanipea changamoto niende nifanye mazoezi zaidi juu si rahisi. Tukiwa katika kiwango chetu inastahili tukua tunashine wakati huu.
Jamlik Chabari, naibu mkurugenzi mkuu wa NYS, ndiye alihudhuria hapa akiwa mgeni wa heshima.
Last year tulifanya kule Ngong na mahali mchezo hii imefikia sasa tuko hali ya juu sana kulingana na mwaka iliyopita. Tunaona vijana wetu wakianza mbio nzuri sana na wanamalizia wakiwa na stamina bado.
Tupae juu zaidi hadi katika taifa la Ivory Coast, na ni kwamba timu bora kabisa barani Afrika Morocco imetoka sare ya 1-1 DR Congo katika mechi yao ya pili ya kundi la F kuwania kombe la taifa bingwa barani Afrika, makala yakiwa ni ya 34, na ni kwamba Achraf Hakimi alifungua ukurasa wa kufunga magoli akifungia Atlas Lions katika dakika 6 kabla ya Katumpa Mvumpa kuikombolea Leopards dakika ya 76. Kuanzia saa 2 usiku huu Chipolopolo ya Zambia itapambana na Taifa Stars ya Tanzania papa hapa Laurenti Poko mjini San Pedro. Saa 5 usiku Bafana ya Afrika Kusini itamenyana na Brave Warriors ya Namibia katika uwanja wa Madu Gawani Kulibali mjini Karihogo katika mechi nyingine ya kundi A ukipenda E. Sasa nakuibia siri kwamba katika maisha ni muhimu kumjua adui yako ndio ishi na yeye kiwa adui ya adui. Ni muhimu kumjua swaiba wako ndio ishi naye kiswahiba. Na ni muhimu kumjua mnafiki wako ndio raha zaidi kuishi naye kinafiki. Ndio raha. Niite mwana sport niridhike zaidi mimi na wewe tena kutiana kwenye mboni ni aliyejua kiridhia. Kwa sasa kwa na usiku mwanana.
Mtazamaji, taarifa tuliokuwa tumekuahidi kuhusiana na ule mwanamke ambaye ni wa miaka 64 tutakuwa nakuletea hapo kesho. Huyu ni mpiga mbizi katika kaunti ya Nakuru ambapo George Gero ameandaa taarifa hiyo, lakini kesho mchana utakuwa unaipata bila shaka mtazamaji. Nakamilishia hapo kwa sasa, sina la ziada. Naitwa Nicholas Wambo, mwenzangu kwa lugha ishara imekuwa ni Flora Atieno, na kutakia usiku mwanana. Tupatane kesho saa 7 kwenye taarifa za NTV adhuhuri. Alamsiki.
This is NTV.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free. Time to get stepping. Step up to your most loved content and enjoy the next level upgrade for free.
Respect that.
Upgrade now and step up to even more action. Step up to more football. Step up to more local drama. Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
Wing of bat and foot of crow, eagle's egg and seagull's toe, bits of wasp and ooze of fly. Soon I too can reach the sky.
Mom, are you still busy cooking?
You are welcome to come and help me a bit, Freya.
Oh, Mother, there's no helping you anymore, don't you know? Red Bull gives you wings.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Ikiwa mwaka bado ni mpya, set ni mpya na luku bado ni mpya. Karibu kwenye show yako ya kipekee ambayo inakupatia fursa ya kujishindia zawadi kibao na up to 2 million Kenyan shillings kwa namna rahisi. Bado tuko kwenye mwezi wa njaa, Januari moto, na tulikuwa tumeahidi kwamba tuko na 1 million Kenyan shillings kwa mshindi wetu number 1, na number 2 anapata up to 500,000 Kenyan shillings. Kabla ya show hii kuisha, tutaspin the drum na tunawatoa washindi wawili only on Loto Moto. Unangoja nini? *570#. Guys, mkwaje?
Tuko poa.
Mwaka inawapelekaje?
Salamu.
Kabisa. Majina nani?
Clyde Otieno.
Clyde Otieno.
Yeah.
Shughuli ni gani unafanya?
Nafanya mjengo.
Mjengo? Madam, majina nani?
Esther Wanjera.
Esther Wanjera, kutoka area gani?
Kiambu.
Kiambu. Aha, na shughuli ni gani unafanya?
Hakuna.
Hakuna? Watu wa Kiambu unawakilishwa. Mr. Man, majina nani?
Kevin Okari.
Kevin Okari?
Yes.
Okari. Ulijipata aje hapa?
Nimejipata tu nikicheza Loto Moto.
Na ulikuwa unajiamini kwa unaamini kwa unaweza fika wale hapa?
Nilikuwa naamini.
Kwa nini?
Nilikuwa naona wengine lakini sasa naona siku yangu imefika.
Nani anatamani kuwa kwanza hapa?
Nakuja.
Ni wewe? Kuja hapa basi Otieno. Njoo hapa. Oti. Wewe ni mtu wa mjengo. Mwaishika shilingi 200,000?
Bado.
Hata za foreman?
Bado.
Bado? Simama hapo. Utieno yo?
Yes.
Umesema wewe ni jawapi?
Jaugunja.
Jaugunja. Usitetemeke. Ni kadogo sana na sio kazito. Haitoshani hata namba tufali moja ya mjengo. That is 200,000. Na iko kati ya one of these 12 boxes. Na kupatia fursa uweze kuiona. Mfungulie. Ngoja kwanza. Kama mtazamaji sasa unajua iko wapi, si ndio? Unaiona? Otieno?
Yes.
Sa! Ye Otieno. Otieno, you came hata haukuwa umedecide ni box gani unachukua.
Ndio hii.
Otieno, hiyo sio sanduku ulitoka nayo nyumbani. Kama uko nayo kwa akili. Why number 9?
Hiyo ndo nimefikiria sahi.
Steps 2, 3.
Ndakoma hapa na.
Otieno, 2000 jaribu toke hapo. I believe there's something better.
Chani kwa mena 9.
Nikiongeza 3,000 shillings hapo Otieno.
Ndakoma na 9.
My brother, this is 3,000 shillings and I'm not asking any other question. In 3. I take him 3,000 shillings, unakoma na sanduku namba 9 ama unageuza.
Nakoma na 9.
Otieno, ni January.
Hata mimi najua.
Hata wewe unajua. Unachukua shilingi zangu 200,000 unaniwekea kwa mayai, si ndio?
Haina shida.
Into.
Nakoma na 9.
Ndio utaki nikuulize, si ndio? Otieno. Otieno. Unachukua sanduku namba 9 my 3,000 ama unageuza? Ama unageuza?
Namba 9.
Otieno.
Yes.
Nipe my 200,000 shillings. Kama ni zako, ni zako. Fungua sanduku namba 9. Confirm kuna bahasha hapo?
Ndio.
Unaiona? Okota hiyo bahasha. Funika. Rudi kwa namba 3 yako. Otieno. I got 3,000 shillings na niko na 200,000 shillings. Nani anaingia hapo wa pili? Ukari?
Yes.
Haikuizi, I knew. Umeshika shilingi 200,000?
Bado.
Unatamani ushikishwe? Watu wa Kisii, ulisema Nyamira? Nyamira. Wameona umeshika. Wanatamani uiweke mahali. Unaamini bado hiyo 200 iko pale?
Bado iko.
Ukari?
Yes.
Enda chukua hiyo kama ndio unataka. Na usiweke kwa Ukari.
Ni hapo.
Kwa nini namba 3?
Hiyo tu namba 3 ndio ninapenda.
Ukari?
Yes.
This is 3,000 shillings, this is 4,000 shillings, and this is 5,000 shillings. Kama utaki kuna mwanadada pale atazikujia.
Bado. Niko tu hapa. Kwa box.
5,000 shillings.
Niko tu kwa box.
6,000 Kenya shillings. Ukari, tusisumbuane na wewe.
Bado.
Unaona mwenzako hapa amevuta urefu anatamani hii.
Hiyo sasa.
Hiyo shilingi ngapi?
7.
Unachukua manipatie huyu aanze tuweze kuhesabu naye.
Umpe tu.
Shikilia kwanza. Uje uniangushe hapa. That is 7,000 shillings, Ukari.
Yes.
Nataka kuuliza kwa mara ya 3. Unachukua shilingi zangu 7,000, unachukua sanduku namba 3 ama unageuza?
Nachukua sanduku namba 3.
Niweke ngapi? Ukari into Unachukua my 8,000 Kenyan shillings ama unageuza?
Niko kwa sanduku tu.
Okari kwa mara ya mwisho. This is 9,000 napeleka pale. Unaichukua, unaigeuza ama unakuwa mara tatu?
Nakuwa mara tatu.
Sawa. Chukua. Okari nimejaribu. Nimejaribu kutoa kwa namba 3.
Nimejaribu.
Ni yake. Mwana dada, unakuja kama ushapapwa. Na how much? Shilingi ngapi hiyo?
9,000.
9,000. Kuja tu mbele. Nataka udondose. 9,000. Ndio kidogo tu hapa nyuma. Kidogo tu, kidogo. Tugeuzane. Umeshika hizi?
Hapana.
Ndio hivi. This is how it feels. That is 200,000 Kenyan shillings. Swali ni, unaamini bado iko pale?
Iko.
Acha muone sasa. Niendea sanduku yako. Kuna haja niongeze?
Haina haja.
Mbona sanduku namba 3, namba 4?
It's my lucky number.
Mweshinda nini?
Pesa.
Pesa? Kama sio shilingi 1,200 iko hapo ndani, unaweza ukaangukia shilingi zangu 12,000 ama unaweza geuza. Unaonaje? Niongeze ngapi?
Hakuna.
Nikiweka 90,000 shillings utakuwa kwa number 4.
Number 4.
Nikiweka 100?
Number 4.
Esther?
Yes.
Kama ni 4, kuna 4 hapa, kuna 4 hapa bado haijaguswa na kuna 4 hapa bado haijaguswa.
Nataka hiyo.
Unataka hiyo? 12,000 shillings kwa mara ya 3 nakuuliza, are you taking my 12,000 shillings ama you're taking your box number 4 ama unageuza?
Number 4.
Number 4. Kwa mara ya pili nakuuliza tena Esther, unachukua sanduku namba 4, unachukua shilingi zangu 12,000 shillings ama unageuza?
Number 4.
Not even a step, mbele, nyuma, kando?
Hapana.
Hakuna. Mara ya mwisho nauliza, are you taking sanduku namba 4, 12,000 shillings ama unageuza?
Number 4.
Esther, sikunyimi, ni yako. Umeamua. 200,000 shillings. Oi, ni zangu. Sanduku namba 4 utapata bahasha pale. Chukua. Kuna bahasha? Wacha nikusaidie. Shika hapo. Ndio namba 4? Haya, ndio hiyo. And get back to your stand. Okari?
Yes.
Unaona kama nini umechukua iko ndani ya hiyo bahasha?
Pesa.
Imeenda. Imeenda.
Ijaenda?
Imeenda.
See you after the break. Tukireveal nini kiko ndani ya mabahasha ya hawa watatu.
Lucky Game imedhaminiwa na eBet Kenya Limited.
Wing of bat and foot of crow, eagle's egg and seagull's toe, bits of wasp and ooze of fly. Soon I too can reach the sky.
Mom, are you still busy cooking?
You are welcome to come and help me a bit, Freya.
Oh, Mother, there's no helping you anymore, don't you know? Red Bull gives you wings.
with a promo code and get a welcome bonus. 1xBet.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Panda tukupandishe on Go Entertainment this new year on Go TV. Bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows, na local shows una like free. Download Go TV Stream. Go TV. Love it.
Cheza Loto Moto. Haya! Umesikia? Kwenye star 570 hash kashake kameiva. Shamba ni mili na zinangoja ushindi wako kwa Lucky Game. Na hii Aprili mshindi wa kwanza anavuka na shamba lake. Na Mei tunamtangaza the grand winner wa shamba na lori ya mawe. Ni rahisi, kwenye star 570 hash kila shilingi 100 unaocheza nayo inakupa 1 entry point ya draw zote za shamba pekee na shamba na mawe. Vuka na shake, anza uchezi kwenye star 570 hash. Loto Moto.
Nani ananipatia bahasha wa kwanza?
Hebu shika mayai yako.
Ndio mzee.
Okari. Ukakataa shilingi zangu ngapi?
9,000. Yes.
Wajua mtu akishinda pesa kubwa ndio anarudishanga bahasha. Weka imani yako hapo. Tangazi wewe.
Wewe ndio wa pili?
Ulikataa shilingi zangu ngapi?
3,000.
3,000. Hey! Kuja tu mbele kidogo. Esther.
Yes.
Njoo. Esther, unatoka mahali hapa na shower combination ya shower gel, sponge,
towel na unaona hiyo collection yote hiyo unaenda na
unacheka nini wa mayai?
Ndakaranga tu.
Ndakaranga? Esther, unapokea?
Napokea.
Asante. Rudi back kwenye podium. Okani?
Yes.
Kuja hapa. Mahali penye nikikwambia ulale chini unalala. Patia mwenye mayai yake. Unatoka hapa.
Na pikipiki ya Honda! Yes! Yes! Okari! Kericho tupeleka migundini, si ndio?
Ndio.
Huyo ni wako.
Enda uonje. Ukitaka kupanda juu hata unapanda bwana tuone. Kuna mtu anajiona hapa mrefu alikuwa anajua miguu yake inaweza kanyaga chini. Onesha yeye.
Hata yangu inafika.
Ni yako hiyo.
Ni yangu.
Officially. Ni ya nani?
Ni yangu.
Toka sasa. Ukakataa shilingi zangu ngapi?
3,000.
3,000. Kuja hapa. Nakaa imani yako ni kubwa. Ile butua unataka kupigwa nayo hii mwaka. Hii mwaka unaanza na 2 100 Kenyan shillings! Wapi Korea? That is your
money.
Asante.
Ulisema umewahi shika? Pokea. Otieno?
Yes.
200,000 shillings ni yako taslim. Si utatesa?
Lazima.
It's all yours.
Cheza Loto Moto. Nice. Pikipiki imeenda. The shower combo imeenda. Na pia 200,000 shillings imeenda. Na ukari, Esther na OT. Wakati wako ni sasa. Fast. Naanza na the grand 1 million Kenyan shillings. Spinning time. Januari lazima ifungue. Spin it, spin it, spin it, spin it. Naikoroga, 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 naikoroga bado. Nice. Remember this ni ya mshindi wa 1 million Kenyan shillings. Nataka nikutoe ndani. Nataka nikutoe ndani. Ikiwa mshindi wa 1 million shillings, nambari 0723-533 running on my screen. You are our winner. Tunakukujia. We must get mshindi wetu wa 500,000 Kenyan shillings. Spinning time. Tunakoroga. Imetosha bwana. Imetosha. Nakoroga tena. Mshindi wa 500,000 Kenyan shillings. Number is 0790-395. Nusu milioni yako inakukujia. Safari yangu inaanza sasa. Yo princess, your card, your money, nakuletea. Ni wewe unafanya kutafuta hii Nairobi mzima hivi. Sasa Chepkoech, princess, umeniambia unatoka area gani?
Nafanya kazi ya nyumba na naishi hapa tu Yaya.
Lakini maeneo yenye unatoka Nairobi kabisa.
Nyumbani? Bomet.
Princess?
Yes.
Kitu iko hapa ndani ndio umeshinda. Sawa sawa.
Yeah.
Wewe ni mshindi wa 500,000 Kenyan shillings. Okay. Yes. Hebu nipatie hiyo simu. Niweke hapa. Hiyo ni namba yako ama tumedanganya?
Hiyo ni namba yangu.
Hiyo ni namba yako?
Yeah.
Nataka utumbukize mikono hapo ndani. Utoe. Mimi nataka tukubaki na sanduku yangu. Hiyo ukitaka kuweka kwa kichwa, ukitaka kuweka kwa kifua, it's yours.
Nashukuru sana.
500,000 shillings imeenda kwake, imemfikia. Wewe ndio Nasra? Wewe ndio Nasra? Ndio nakutafuta kuanzia asubuhi mpaka saa hizi. Habari ya leo? Ni ukweli ama ni uongo umekuwa ukicheza Loto Moto?
Ni ukweli.
Umecheza? Unafikiri nimekuletea zawadi gani hapa?
Sijui.
Umeniambia hapa ndio maeneo.
Kwenye drum yetu tulikuwa tunaizungusha, tukatoa tickets 2. Ya kwanza iliyotoka pale ilikuwa yako. Ya pili tushapeana zawadi kidogo ambacho tunaitoa hapa Nazra. Ni chako. Umeikubali? Nazra nani?
Kuso.
Nazra Kuso. Wewe ni mshindi wa 1 million Kenya shillings. Nazra. Hii ni namba yako? Is this your number? The first ticket ambayo imetoka kwa draw yetu ni hiyo. Nimeipokea 1 million Kenya shillings. Nipe ticket, nipe simu, tumbukiza mikono ndani. Uchukue hiyo, ni zako. Hizo zote ni zako. Chukua yote. Na kama unalala usiamke. Ini ndoto tamu, si ndio?
Majina naitwa Nasra Kuso. Naishi at the river. Nilikuwa nacheza nashinda 100, 80, 40. Hata sikuwa natarajia ndashinda 1 million. Na nimeshinda 1 million leo asubuhi. Watu wa Loto wakanipigia simu. Nilikuwa nadhani ni uongo, sikuwa natarajia waniletee. Na saizi wamekuja wameniletea 1 million na nimefurahi sana. Hii 1 million nitasaidia na wazazi wangu, niwajengee nayo, na yenye itabaki nitajiwekea. Loto Moto ni ya ukweli na wazidi kucheza Loto Moto.
Well, the 1 million Kenyan shillings imeshamfikia Nazra, na tunafunga Januari mapema kwa sababu jua saizi tunaingia February. Ikiwa the grand prize ya February mwaka huu ni shamba 2. Anza mapema kwa sababu yako ni moja kati ya hizo. *570 hash. Cheza lucky game. Nazra
Allah, msichana yetu ameshinda. Alhamdulillah. Pongezi.
Cheza Loto Moto. Shinda pesa moto moto. Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423 hash or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
This continent continues to produce some of the very best performing athletes and world record holders in the field of sports. The world is waking up to our cultural genius, with African beats becoming a feature of the global pop culture. Our continent is also endowed with vast natural resources that provide a foundation for unrivaled economic renaissance. We continue to represent the best hope for conservation, providing a rich biodiversity as well as incomparable species and varieties of both flora and fauna. This continent is indeed both the cradle and the future of humankind.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex. Kuna shida? Alex amevamiwa, sasa ako kwa shida.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
This week on Twende, we travel in a goods boat from Faza to Lamu. I get to experience vile waamu huwa wanasafiri huku visiwani.
But yeah, this is a goods boat and don't expect to get comfort out of this.
We get to visit Lamu's biggest infrastructure, the new Lamu Port. I get to go on board a unique tugboat.
Hii hapa unaweza fanya cooking show. Hapa una kama uone.
So we are proud actually to be the first country to be having this.
Yeah. I am sitting on a 2 billion shilling vessel. Mwalimu mama ulisema sitaenda mbali. Hapa ni wapi?
Our last day doesn't start with a sunrise or birds chirping. Tumeamshwa saa 10 ili tukapande boat. And we have a crucial appointment with an important vessel docking at the new port of Lamu. So we have to leave early. Faza has one scheduled large boat that leaves every morning for Lamu town, and we can't afford to miss it. Because the tide is low in the morning, the boat is anchored in the deep sea off the island. To get to it, we have to use a small boat. After about 20 minutes, we are in the big boat. This vessel is not one of those fancy cruise ships where one can get a comfy suite with a bed. Hii ni boat ya mizigo, na mizigo huwa hailali kwa kitanda, inalishwa chini. It seems the locals are used to this mode as they seem very comfortable. It feels more like Noah's Ark as kila mtu anajitafutia tu a comfortable position. The boat could move faster, but the captain has deliberately set it to a crawling pace to save on diesel. Kama umezoea speedboat, inaweza kuwasha at first, but after a while, you get used to it. These larger boats are much safer than the speedboats, and it is very rare to hear of an incident or accident involving them. Mwenda pole hajikwai, na kijikwaa haanguki. The timing of the journey is important as the boat has to cross the narrow channel between the mainland and Manda before the low tide sets in. If the big boats were to get late crossing here, they would either have to wait at Mtangawanda till late in the evening, then make the crossing, or the other option is to go around Manda Island into the deep sea and approach Lamu from Shela. There was another option. Legend has it that hapo zamani za kale, wakati wa low tide, wanaume walikuwa na beba dao kwa mabega yao hapo kwa channel. Hao watu walikuwa nakataa kushuka boti kibebwa. Ndio ancestors wa wale abiria hukataa kushuka matatu ikisukumwa leo. Hao watu wa kubeba dao walikuwa wanaitwa washika dao. Na hapo ndipo lilo jina lilitumika mara ya kwanza. Please note that ukitumia hiyo story kwa insha utazama. Anyway, by the time we're getting to the Mkanda, the level is much lower. This is not good. That is where the Shukrani has an advantage. The traditional large boats that operate this route are made of timber, which is heavy. Our boat, however, is made of fiberglass, and on this return trip, its hull is empty, meaning it can easily cross the shallow channel. The captain, however, navigates slowly and carefully.
So we started our journey at 5:30 a.m. Tulipanda Kidao, and now we went on board on this bigger boat, and that was in the dark. And we have taken, now it is, that was 5:30, now it is 8:35. So that's already 3 hours. Yesterday we were on a speedboat and it took us 30 to 45 minutes. The advantage of a speedboat, you'll obviously get there faster. There'll be a thrill to it. However, you won't have the time to take in everything. Right now, that is the mainland, na hapa ni Manda Island. We are passing through a channel. Ama inaitwa Mkanda. Then the language is just amazing. Ni Swahili lakini hawisikii. You almost have to now uanze kuongea kama bwana nini, so that now uanze una encode, una decode kenye unasikia.
In the old days, crossing here, even for small boats during the low tide, would have been impossible. But some years back, the channel was dredged to allow for navigation, even at low tides. This is, however, mostly for smaller vessels. The sediments and rubble from the seafloor was deposited on the western side of Lamu town. It is on this land that part of the town has been expanding to.
This beats any Nairobi traffic. Ama traffic yote, it beats it. Hakuna mtu sijui na kuhutia. Hata uko ndani, hakuna, unajua uko ndani sasa utapigiwa honi na mapikipiki. Hapa hakuna hiyo.
After a journey of about 3.5 hours, Lamu town comes into view. It has taken us 4 hours to get here. For context, a speedboat can do the same distance in less than 40 minutes depending on the size of the engine. We still have to get to the mainland and get a connection to the port. We take a boat to Mokowe, then a bus to the port.
Na Januari, mwezi mgumu wa ukame, na wengi wenye usani huanguka.
Januari hii kuna up to 1 million Kenyan shillings za kushindaniwa kwenye *570 hash. Cheza Lucky Game. Kumbuka every 100 shillings ambao unacheza nao kwenye Lucky Game inakupatia 1 entry ticket ya kuingia kwenye draw ya kujishindia up to 1 million Kenyan shillings. Na mshindi wetu namba 2 anapata 500,000 Kenyan shillings ambayo tutawatangaza on the 21st of January hii. At ni *570 hash au www.ebet.co.ke. Januari hii isikukaushe.
When you're finally released from pain, that moment when you start to get back to ordinary, and ordinary feels amazing. Whatever pain you're going through, release starts here.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Panda tukupandishe on Go Entertainment this new year on GoTV. Bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows, na local shows una like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
The Lamu Port project was launched in March 2012 by President Kibaki. It is expected to create a second economic corridor that includes a network of rail and road that would also serve South Sudan and Ethiopia, known as LAPSET. Juu hii sio ghorofa ya Islams. It took a long time to start the construction. In March 2013, bado ilikuwa tu ni kupima na kuendelea kuchora. Then, in July 2013, kukaanza kuwa na dalili. Eventually, in 2016, things were moving full steam ahead. The Lamu port is different from Mombasa. The berths are constructed 1.5 kilometers in the sea.
Leo asubuhi we were in a Kidao. Alafu we found a bigger boat. Tukafikiri saa tumefika. But surely, unaona ile pale? I know it looks small right now. But ikifika hapa, then we'll let you decide kama that boat is bigger than the one that we were in. We are in Lamu port. It's a new port. Hata inanuka outfitter. Unajua vile kitu inanukanga outfitters? Hii inanuka outfitters. Looks nice. I think they're still expanding. I've never been to a port. This is my first time. Na kwa hivyo ni parking. Sikuwa najua ni tu parking. Kuna parking spot. Alafu ukifika hapa una press ile button. Ule captain una press button na pewa kachip. Alafu atalipa baadaye. Or at least that is my understanding. Tutaelezewa zaidi. But look at that. Look at that. For comparison's sake, there are two other boats right next to it. And those are not small ones. Saibu compared to that other one.
We have come on a special day for the port. It is receiving the first grain ship carrying relief food that is meant for Kenya, Somalia, and southern Ethiopia. Kwa sababu it is an important docking, the port authorities want everything to go well. Security is tight. Very tight. There are also two Navy gunboats escorting the vessel. Guiding the ship is not one but two tugboats. Today the smaller MV Pate is getting help from a new arrival from Mombasa. When we got to Lamu, tulifika kama tumeshuka tukiendanga, but this is a big ship coming from a foreign country, so there is a lot of protocol. Kwanza sasa vile wadosi wote na media wako hapa, kila kitu lazima ifuatwe. Kuna port health officials who ensure that the ship does not bring any pathogens. Pia kuna wale watu ambao huwezi watoroka, watu wa ushuru. Wacha tuseme tu, kabla meli haijashukisha mizigo, na kuanga process. The African Swan is a large ship. In the old Lamu port, there would have been tens of workers offloading the cargo, but it is 2023 and this is a modern port with modern equipment. Tens of lorries are waiting to carry the grain cargo to various parts of the country and beyond. The African Swan is just another ship carrying cargo to the port. There, however, is another marine vessel which is unique and is also a visitor to the port. I am interested in one of the two boats parked behind the Swan. This is the Mokozi 2, berthed beside the party. It is the crown jewel of the tugboats in the KPA fleet. It has twin exhaust that would be the envy of any Subaru owner. Watu Subaru, unaona vile twin exhaust za engine kubwa huka. Wacha uto tu pipe, tujue tunafanyanga tu makelele huko kwa maesto. Kelele. In the Lamu heat, it feels so good to enter an air-conditioned room.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Habari.
Nzuri sana, karibu.
Sana. Yeah, nimesikia wewe ndio captain.
Hapa.
Yeah. How unique is it that this boat is here with us? And yeah,
this tugboat Mokozi.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is a unique tugboat actually because it's a harbor operations tug, and at the same time it's a salvage tug, and used to assist vessels that have had issues in high seas, incidents, or they have run aground. Within the Eastern Central Africa, it's understood to be the largest vessel that is around, for which can work double the jobs. Can do harbor operations and salvage tug at the same time. So we are proud actually to be the first country to be having this. Yes.
Or we are the first country.
Yes, to have this, this type of vessels. We have salvage tugboats, but they are uniquely serving salvage issues.
Okay.
Yes, but this one now serves both. You see now it has served this vessel in the morning. And any other incident occurring for salvage, it's ready, equipped with salvage equipment.
Okay.
Yes.
Salvaging in marine operations means rescue of a ship or its cargo on navigable waters from a peril that if the rescuer had not come would have led to great loss. Hiyo mnajua tu nimesoma kwa internet, si ndio?
Yes.
And what does that mean for us as a country that we have this?
Okay, that's a good question. Like you know, ships calling to Kenya. Now they are actually at the back of their heads. They know that, God forbid, an incident occurring. Kenya will be ready to serve them. Their vessels can be assisted with minimal damage. Because we apart from the other boats which can also do salvage duties, but this one is mainly equipped for salvage operations. So at least they are confident they are visiting a country that they know they are way ahead.
And in the past there have been issues where, because now this boat wasn't here before, so have there been issues?
We have had several salvage issues. We have served one in Kilifi, we have served one in Mombasa, and I think the others that was served before was even employed, because it's not a job that has been just done recently.
This vessel can not only tow ships but also put out fires.
I am sitting on a 2 billion shilling vessel. Mwalimu mama ulisema sitaenda mbali. Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Hata niko kwa boat na hata situmii kijiti, ni ma buttons na ma knobs na ma systems.
So what does one get with that money? Don't let looks fool you. This boat is like an iceberg. There's still a lot more of it below the surface. I now want to go in the decks below to explore. It is going down 2 floors from the top. This boat has a crew that continually lives in it. After all, it is an emergency vessel.
Hii hapa unaweza fanya cooking show. Hapa una kama uone, hii ni mafish. Kuna maji.
The engineer's room. We have another one on Ukoju. This is one of them.
Hii ni starehe.
Below the decks is where the power of the vessel lies. To be able to rescue large ships, this tugboat needs big engines, very big engines. There are 2 engines that give a combined output of 7,000 horsepower. For context, that is about 224,000 cc's, or the combined power of about 220 Vitz or 110 Subaru Foresters.
Here, they desalinate the water so that they can have fresh water. So wanachukua maji ya ocean, Wanatoa hiyo chumvi inakuwa fresh water and then they supply to the ship. And then there are tanks right there where imeandikwa FW, that's fresh water tanks. Na hapa sasa nimeambiwa this is where they treat their sewage. So si ati tu wanamwaga sewage yao ndani ya ocean. There's a treatment that goes through, there's a process that's automated so that as they're releasing it, it does not pollute the ocean. This is good technology.
It generates enough power to run like the normal power you have in your homes.
Yeah.
It is not a luxury yacht, but it sure is a great place to work in. Yani mali unafanya kazi ndio unalala. Wacha tu. Hey! Unlike Mombasa, the Lamu port has more space for expansion, and if the plan is followed, it will have 30 more berths, making it the largest deep water port in sub-Saharan Africa. This yard is empty, but it won't be for long. This space will one day be filled with containers as more ships continue calling on this port. The Lamu port is in a strategic place to position itself as a regional transit port, as it is situated between the north and south coast of Africa. Plus, it can take larger ships. Na hapa hakuna jam. Kwanza vile sahihi kamenuka hapo Red Sea karibu na Yemen. With vessels like the Mokozi 2, more ships would feel more confident in using Kenyan ports like Lamu. Perhaps one day, the Lamu port will be the Singapore port of Africa. In November 2023, Lamu had another unique ship visiting for the first time. The SH Diana was the first cruise ship to visit Lamu. It even made it to the national news. It was different from what we usually hear about Lamu.
The Lamu tourist circuit is now poised to start benefiting from the Lamu port after cruise ships began docking in the area on Friday.
One day, maybe tens or even hundreds of these ships will make this place their port of call. It is evening and we are back in Lamu town. We are just in time to find Shukrani getting loaded for the return trip.
So we are back. Ile boat ilitutoa huko Faza ikatuleta hapa Lamu town. It's called Shukrani. And now, as you can see, the boat that we were using, tulikuwa passengers hapa wamejaa. Passengers wamebadilika. Now wako hao ni afadhali wanaweza kaa pamoja, hawatakorofishana. Na wamejaa. So it's like we explained, it's a goods boat. And so now this is its main purpose, but also serve sometimes kubeba passengers. Na ni jioni, so it brought us in the morning. Na sasa inaenda saa moja. It's like kama tuseme 1.5 hours na boat itakuwa inaenda. Saa sita itakuwa Faza. Na huyu ndio captain wetu.
The islands import nearly all of their produce from the mainland, and these boats are vital to their food security. The bridge is simple, the engine is small, but the Shukrani and the other boats that ply the island routes are very important to the many islanders. From donkeys manually transporting goods to giant vessels bringing tons of cargo, it really is a place of contrasts. It is true there are insecurity issues in parts of the county, especially those near the border with Somalia, but this is still not hindering progress. The Lamu port is not a panacea though. It has brought some challenges to the environment and the surrounding community. The construction process has affected the marine life and the fishing business for some of the residents. As Lamu grows, more people are settling here, and these once small towns are having to deal with the challenges that affect major urban centers like solid waste disposal. Lamu imetoka mbali, literally, na inaenda mbali. There's still a lot of undeveloped land, and we hope that planning will be done well for the future of Lamu City. Lamu faces many challenges, but despite all of this, it is a great place to visit.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
Join the Optiven family today and experience the epitome of coastal living at Ocean View Ridge, Vipingo by Optiven. Just 2.4 kilometers from Mombasa Malindi Road and a mere 4.5 kilometers from the shoreline. For every 400,000 Kenya shillings that you place as a deposit or installment towards any of Optiven's properties, you receive a cashback of 4,000 Kenya shillings to top up for your back-to-school shopping. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Optiven, inua shamba.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Water Sector Trust Fund, the Council of Governors and other collaborating institutions welcome you to the Water and Sanitation Investors Conference at KICC, Nairobi, Kenya from 6th to 8th March 2024. The theme of the conference is Accelerating Investments for Sustainable Access to Water and Sanitations for All. To participate in the conference, visit www.wasic-invest.ke. See you there. Water Sector Trust Fund, financing the water sector.
The country is going to experience the earthquake.
Team ya Kenya Kwanza.
I do not think Brother Musalia is the type of person who would be wooed at night and not say it.
Let them know that I'm a person of independent thinking.
For how long had you been engaging with President William Ruto?
We'll talk once in a while, but not very often.
Myself, I got to know months before. We were having Oka here. Under the table, we had our Kenya Kwanza certificate.
Some of us who are close to them were aware that they were with us during the day, but at night they were with William.
I said, no, I will not be comfortable sitting here because you have to stick to principle.
I have attended your NDCs. You have invited who you wanted to invite. But when it's my turn, you purport that you want to determine who should be my guest.
What should I do with my Luigi? He's 35 now, but doesn't want to move out. I cook for him. I wash for him.
Allora, why don't you try a Red Bull?
Ornella, where is my mama?
Ah, she's flown the nest.
This is NTV.
Tonight,
the body was not where he was telling us. We found the body in a different funeral home.
mysterious cremation and a $500 million shilling succession row. Investigators pieced together the pieces in the death of Kenyan corporate executive William Mulwa in the US. Also tonight,
Hawa watu watawachana na hiyo tabia mbaya ya kuuliza wazazi walipe pesa na ilihali serikali imetoa pesa.
don't exploit parents. President William Ruto warns head teachers against increasing school fees as the government sets aside 62 billion shillings for capitation. Plus,
I saw a child going up and down and actually was going down completely. So I realized this was a problem, and with all my clothes and everything, I just dived in and got the baby out. That is when I realized I could do this job.
she has rescued dozens of people, recovered at least 20 bodies. The story of the 64-year-old professional diver who is still making a difference. And
hata kama vile nilikuwa na tafuta ninapeleka kwa pombe. Sasa sipeleki kwa pombe. Najiwekea kitu hata kwa simu sasa hii ukaangalia siwezi kosa herufi yangu moja.
Crime rate imerudi chini kwa location yangu. Sasa hii sina makesi mingi kwa ofisi ya watu wamepigana, watu wameimbiwa kuku, wezi wameisha kabisa.
the fight against addiction. How to recovering alcoholics from Murang'a County are turning their lives around.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
They say when you go to Europe, aka Kisumu City, you do what the Europeans do. And at Dunga Beach, they eat fish. You're just in time for afterwards and for dinner. And today we are eating fish at the lake, but that's not what brought us here today. We are here to talk about where this fish comes from, Lake Victoria.
I am from Kisumu County, and I come from around the lake shore. I want you to paint this picture. You go home from work, you're very tired, and then you reach there and you find no home. Magic, right? So that is what happens to people around the lake shore when flooding happens. You lose your home. Apudo was a person has been born and bred by the lake shore for over 20 years. Then comes 2020, climate change, the backflow of the lake, flooding, losing our homes, our pets, and other family members. Imagine your mom having to stay with her friends. I hope you're still imagining.
Sasa tuko na miaka 5 nje. Kama tunaishi tu nje. Kama maji inakuja, tunatoka tunaenda pale pengine tena. Sasa maji iliharibu hii nyumba kabisa. Siwezi kurudi hapa. Hii nyumba imeharibika. Hata kama umeingia hapa ndani, unaweza kuona vile imeharibika sasa.
Oh, Kisumu is spectacular. Just look at it. The views from the sky are breathtaking, showing off the best of the city. But on the ground, Kisumu is drowning, and Lake Victoria is showing no mercy. With the backflows now a frequent occurrence, Kisumu is struggling to keep its head above water.
Seven years ago, this is where Ombaka Secondary School was physically here. But it's not here anymore. It had to be relocated about 5 years ago because of the consistent flooding of the Lake Victoria. Now, I'd just like to show you why this flooding necessitated the government to move it. You see, this is how high the water rose. And the government says after consistent flooding, they had no choice but to relocate the school. So this line here, if I stand against the wall, that's how high the water rose. So if I had been here at the time of those flooding, I would have merged and be above water. So the school was relocated just a few meters away from here, and the entire compound was abandoned, but it didn't stay abandoned for long. Shortly after the students left, the communities moved in, and the communities said, just as the students were running for their lives, they too were running for their lives, and they thought this school would offer them refuge. Let's take a look. Niambie, hapa umekuwa muda gani hapa?
Hapa nimekuwa karibu 2 years from 2018 hadi leo.
Unakaa hapa na watu wangapi?
Niko na watoto 3.
Wewe na watoto wako? Kwa hii room moja? Kwa nini ulikuja hapa kwa shule?
Tulikuja hapa kwa shule sababu maji iliingia ndani ya boma. Sasa kuna pali penye tulikuwa tunaweza kuenda. Sasa hapa ndio ilikuwa free, tuone tuhamie tukuje hapa.
Na kwako saizi unaona hapa kwa shule maji ilikuja mpaka juu kwa ukuta, lakini saizi hakuna maji.
Ilikuja mpaka hapa watu waliama wote. Alafu tukaenda huko ria, sasa vile maji imesarudi chini ndio tukarudi sababu ya rent ilinishida.
Sasa kwenye ulitoka kwako ulienda mahali kwa kukomboa nyumba. Sasa hapa unakaa bure. Na kwako saizi ni nini iko?
Saizi hakuna vitu kwa sababu nyumba hakuna.
Ilibebwa yote na mvua?
Ilibebwa moja yote na mvua.
Mnakaa hapa watu wangapi? Kwa hii compound mzima?
Kwa hii compound tuko na 7 households.
Yote mmekuwa hapa 2 years?
Tuko hapa wote.
Serikali haijajaribu kuwatoa hapa kwa sababu hii ni shule ya serikali?
Haijaribu.
Kwa hivyo maisha yenu umekuwa hivyo tu
kila mwaka. Huwezi kuweka vitu. Naona saa hii kitanda hakuna. Naweka tu ile mattress chini. Naona ile. Naweka hapa chini na lala na watoto.
Hii mattress moja ndo mnalala watu 4?
Watoto wawisa watu 4.
Watu 4. Watoto wako ni rika gani?
Niko na 16 years old na 9 years old and 6.
Ushaisikia neno climate change?
Nimesikia kwa radio climate change.
Vile ulisikia kwa radio ulisikia wakisema climate change ni nini?
Si kama nilisema tu, niliona tu ati ndio hii. Maisha tuko nayo sasa. Kwa sababu zamani tulikuwa tunalima sukuma, kunde, na nilikuwa watu wanakuja wanachukua, tulikuwa na pesa. Na sasa hizo shamba zote kuna maji.
So this is one of the larger classrooms at this school, and it's about 3 times the size of the other room we just saw. And in my conversations with one of the families that live here, I was wondering how a family got so lucky to get such a large room, and I was told it's because the family that lives here, it comprises of 12 people.
So after 2020, after we've lost everything that we had, because all we own is a home and a land, I felt depressed. Long time. For a moment, I felt like taking away my life. Suicidal thoughts started cropping in. I felt like going to Lake Victoria and letting that water swallow me in, just the same way Lake Victoria took everything that we had because of flooding.
To date, thousands of families have been displaced, and while most have been able to rebuild their lives, many others haven't. Janet's home is only a few meters from what used to be Ombaka Secondary School. She walks me to what remains of it and shows me the extent of the destruction.
Hii ndio ilikuwa nyumba yangu. Sasa ona vile ilibaki.
Hapa kwenye tumesimama ilikuwa ni sitting room.
Ilikuwa sitting room. Hapana ilikuwa bedroom. Ilikuwa store room.
Mbona hata vitanda ukubeba uliacha?
Niliacha. Si uliona mattress peke yake huko. Mimi nilichoka.
Na hata ukibeba kitanda yenyewe utakuwa na mahali pa kuiweka hata.
Si uliona kama ile nyumba ni kidogo. Sasa njiana niwache tu.
Hii nyumba ilikuwa fupi hivi ama vile?
Hapana. Ilikuwa tu kawaida. Sasa maji ndio na hivi na udongo hii.
Ndio imeshukisha.
Imeshukisha chini.
Mashamba yako jumla ilikuwa kiasi gani?
Ilikuwa 3 acres.
Na umeiacha yote?
Nimeacha. Nimeacha.
Na utaki tena ku revisit useme labda siku moja nitarudi nichukue hiyo 3 acres zenye niliacha nyuma?
Iko maji iko huko. Sasa na revisit nini?
When I raise my hand, I can literally touch the roof. But under normal circumstances, that will be impossible because you know how tall the roof is on a house. But now because of the flooding, the house has sunk and come so low. And this rope here. In Luo they call it Osiropak, but in my village we call it Mseretwa. It's not supposed to be hanging this low, literally reaching my hip. It's not supposed to be hanging this low. It's supposed to hang above your head so that children can't reach it and cats can't reach it either. But it being this low is just an illustration of how low the house has sunk following the flooding. Have you ever heard of the term climate change?
Climate change, I heard so.
What do you think it means?
It means that there is some period where the atmosphere changes the situation. You know, it takes some time. You know, you find there is a moisture that blocks the atmosphere. So it removes the movement of the air from the lake basin to the area, to the interior. So sometimes we experience the rain, sometimes we don't get it because due to the climate change.
So do you believe what's happening here in climate change?
What is happening in this area?
Do you think it's linked to climate change?
What I can say that formerly we had some big trees that were here, and nowadays they are cut. They're not there, so we don't get anything of such kind.
The country is going to experience the earthquake.
Team ya Kenya Kwanza. I do not think Brother Musalia is the type of person who would be wooed at night and not say it.
Let them know that I'm a person of independent thinking.
For how long had you been engaging with President William Ruto?
We would talk once in a while, but not very often.
Myself, I got to know months before.
We were having Oka here. Under the table, we had our Kenya Kwanza certificate.
Some of us who are close to them were aware that they were with us during the day, but at night they were with William.
I said, no, I will not be comfortable sitting here because you have to stick to principle.
I have attended your NDCs. You have invited who you wanted to invite. But when it's my turn, you purport that you want to determine who should be my guest.
On Go Entertainment this new year on Go TV. Bila kulipia extra. Furahia the best sports, international shows, na local shows una like free. Download Go TV Stream. Go TV. Love it.
This is supposed to be a road, by the way. Right now it looks like grass and underwater, but it's supposed to be a road, and it's been submerged since April. And so the only way the people there can get home or get to this other side is if they either went through the water here or use a boat in that canal.
Sasa hapa yote ilikuwa shamba yetu.
Hapa ilikuwa mashamba hii?
Hii ni mashamba. Hii maji inakuja, saa nyingine inatoka. Inakuja kwa period, alafu inatoka.
How many people have been affected by these floods in this area?
Yeah, close to 600 households have been affected, and some of them have been, we have Ombaka Evacuation Center. Some of them are currently staying in Ombaka, from Ombaka Secondary School that was relocated. Yes.
How many have been permanently displaced?
The permanently displaced are 256.
See those houses over there? They are surrounded by water, yet their owners still live there.
Boats such as this are how the locals in Kasiwindi village here in Ahero in Kisumu County get by. Because the road is literally next to us, but there is no way through because the lake, which is a little down there, has flooded the whole place, including the road. So for the people over there,
yes,
who are not exactly underwater, but
yes,
they are surrounded by water,
yes,
do you have plans to forcefully evacuate them, or do you just leave it to them to decide if they want to leave or not?
The plan that we have right now, I can't say that we have a plan. We normally just evacuate them in case of flood, then flood ikienda, they normally come back.
Pollution has been cited as one of the key contributors to the rising of the lake. On Climate Hackers, we meet a team of young people providing a solution for this space.
So it's our second day in Kisumu County, and today we've joined a group of young people, including children, who are raising awareness against plastic pollution and wearing gloves. We've got a gunia here. We're picking up some trash. This pile here is already all the trash that's been collected from this field here. Why this location was chosen is because it's surrounded by a bunch of companies whose people and whose businesses partially contribute to the pollution, the plastic waste of this area. And so some of those companies, which includes KPC, have sent their representatives to join this drive. So let's pick up some trash. Plastic bags generally do not disintegrate in the environment. You can see this, the remnants of a green bag. By the fact that it's so disintegrated like this just means that it's been on the ground for quite a long time. But for it to fully decompose, that's not possible. So if it were to rain, all these fragments will be swept into the waterways, and when you drink that water, you drink plastic. So we are taking a journey on Lake Victoria. This is a smaller boat right now, but we are going on to a bigger one so that we can sail the boat to the Kenya Marine Fisheries Research Institute and try to observe the extent of pollution in the lake. The lake stinks, by the way. The water is green, you can't see through. And the smell, there's something about it that's irritating the throat. So when we get into the bigger boat, we're going to sail for a little bit, look at the extent of the pollution in the lake, and then try to see if we can grab some of the plastics that is in the water.
So we are sailing for two reasons. The first thing is for us a trawl cleanup to understand what type of plastic is at the bottom of the lake. The second thing is we are collecting data on the types of plastic that float on the top of the lake for an autonomous water drone that Jeremy and a team of other young people will be building. So I expect we've already seen some diapers, we've seen some floating hyacinth, we've seen plastic bottles. So I think we're going to see a lot of the plastic that we see on the shores of the lake during cleanups, but we're going to see it more worn out and more beaten down by the lake.
Trolling is basically a fishing method often used by commercial fishing vessels and involves dragging fishing nets along the bottom of the water. It is a frowned upon method because it drags everything in its path and can cause damage to the marine ecosystem. But it is perfect for our mission here today because this is the first time that the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Institute is collecting data on the extent of plastic pollution in Lake Victoria.
Before we set sail, the captain of this boat had warned that the trawler would drag anything from the bottom of the lake and said we may also pull up some fish, because the nature of trawlers is that they literally drag from the bottom anything and everything that the net will catch. So we did troll around for about 20-30 minutes, and when the nets are pulled up, these 3 crates are what came up. This one here has plastics, that one has logs, and the last one there has fish. All 3 came from the trawlers. So Michelle, how are you feeling about it?
Like, it's not surprising, because there's this statistic that says that by the year 2050 there'll be more plastic in the oceans than fish. So as you can see, like here, there's literally more plastic than fish in the lake. Like, with the half hour we spent trawling, we've picked up more plastic than we've picked up fish. And of course, the plastic finds, most of it is the ghost nets. These nets made of plastic. Of course, it doesn't degrade for up to 450 years. So it continues fishing and it continues capturing marine life. We have water bottles. It's a mix of like fishing gear and household plastic. So like water bottles, there was a packet of washing detergent, stuff like that.
Yeah. So what are you going to do with this box of plastics?
So it's been sorted. The thing with ghost fishing nets is there's not many people that recycle them, but we're still going to try to find a recycler. The bottles as well. So basically in this pile, what can be recycled will be recycled, and what can't will unfortunately end up in the county dumping site.
Jeremy and Michelle are siblings and are both teenagers. At the height of the COVID pandemic, they put their time to use and founded Osiepe Sango, an organization of like-minded young people who are raising their voices against pollution in Lake Victoria. Jeremy is now putting together a drone that he and 2 other classmates believe will be a game changer.
You can see that here we're setting up all of the propulsion systems, the cameras and everything, and then all the way down here we initialize the web server that is going to be working with it. So by virtue of using a web server rather than just a conventional app, it allows you more flexibility to be able to also alter parts of it yourself, but then it also allows you to, it takes away that restriction of having to install something first. So this means that any phone, as long as you know the details, will be able to operate the drone properly and efficiently. This is the drone itself. Now, the way it's currently supposed to work is for surface level detection and picking up trash. The trash is going, when it's floating, it will be moving, and then the trash is going to flow into the body cavity, and once the trash has flown in, the gate is going to be cut loose, and then it's going to close and lock it in. So that means that whatever direction you're moving, the trash won't be able to come out and go back into the water, which then means that the data we're also collecting will be almost 100% accurate, because everything that it's accounted for is everything that it's collected.
For now, this prototype can only float, but Jeremy and his team are working on a submersible version that can collect plastic underwater. Oh, and did I mention that these boys are only 15 years old? Yup.
But let me just ask you a question. Is that a fault of Lake Victoria? Is it her fault? Of course not. Mother Nature is never wrong. It is us human beings that we don't do our responsibility to protect her. It is my role to take care of my environment so that Mother Nature cannot come and take its due course on me again.
Today, the world faces the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. And all these 3 are interconnected because one leads into the other and the other and the other. And today, as we were sailing the Lake Victoria, we did manage to pull a lot of plastic because we had targeted to do that. And why I'm holding a plastic bottle in my hand is because this is now part of our life, walking around with a plastic bottle to quench your thirst whenever. But then there's that temptation to roll down your window when you're done with that bottle and just toss it out. Where it lands, you don't really care about that. But today I want you to be earthwise. That's my call to action. Be earthwise and think about where that bottle ends up when you toss it out, because it will end up in places like this, like Victoria. And this pollution, as it rises and rises, it contributes to the flooding of the lake when the heavy rains come. So be earthwise and care about where that bottle ends up, because life with plastic ain't fantastic. See you again next week.
Join the Optiven family today and experience the epitome of coastal living at Ocean View Ridge, Vipingo by Optiven, just 2.4 kilometers from Mombasa Malindi Road and a mere 4.5 kilometers from the shoreline. For every 400,000 Kenya shillings that you place as a deposit or installment towards any of Optiven's properties, you receive a cashback of 4,000 Kenya shillings to top up for your back-to-school shopping. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Panda tukupandishe on Go Entertainment this new year on GoTV bila kulipia extra. Kama uko on GoTV Lite, lipia GoTV Value, utapata kufurahia GoTV Plus. Tayari on GoTV Value, then lipia GoTV Plus uenjoy GoTV Max. Kama wewe ni wa GoTV Plus, lipia GoTV Max ujinice na shows noma kabisa on GoTV Super. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows una like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV, love it.
This is NTV.
A very good evening to you. Glad you could join us on NTV Weekend Edition. And tonight we have a special report by Ngina Kirori on a Kenyan executive based in the US and the mystery surrounding his death. That and more as captured in these news highlights.
The body was not where he was telling us. We found the body in a different funeral home.
Mysterious cremation and a $500 million shilling succession row. Investigators pieced together the pieces in the death of Kenyan corporate executive William Mulwa in the US. Also tonight,
hawa watu watawachana na hiyo tabia mbaya ya kuuliza wazazi walipe pesa na ilihali serikali imetoa pesa.
Don't exploit parents. President William Ruto warns head teachers against increasing school fees as the government sets aside 62 billion shillings for capitation. Plus,
I saw a child going up and down and actually was going down completely. So I realized this was a problem, and with all my clothes and everything, I just dived in and got the baby out. That is when I realized I could do this job.
She has rescued dozens of people, recovered at least 20 bodies. The story of the 64-year-old professional diver who is still making a difference. And
hata kama vile nilikuwa natafuta ninapeleka kwa pombe. Sasa sipeleki kwa pombe, najiwekea kitu hata kwa simu sasa hii ukaangalia siwezi kosa elfu yangu moja.
Crime rate imerudi chini kwa location yangu. Sasa hii sina makesi mingi kwa ofisi ya watu wamepigana, watu wameimbiwa kuku, wezi wameisha kabisa.
The fight against addiction. How two recovering alcoholics from Murang'a County are turning their lives around.
Live from Nation Centre, this is Weekend Edition with Olive Burrows.
Olive Burrows and our sign language interpreter Flora Atieno. As promised, we begin with the mysterious death of William Mutilangi, a corporate executive who was based in the United States. Now, by the time his family from Machakos was coming to terms with his death, his remains had already been burnt to ashes in the U.S. William Mutilangi worked at the American multinational beverage and food corporation, Pepsi Cola, where he had risen through the ranks to become the director of discovery and application. At the center of William's death are three individuals who the family says are complete strangers to them, yet somehow they managed to dictate what became of his remains. The Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, has now launched preliminary investigations into the web of baffling events that have surrounded the death of the businessman. Gina Kiruri begins our bulletin tonight.
The story of 67-year-old William Mutilangi starts on the slopes of a sleepy village at Masi, Machakos County, yet ends over 13,000 kilometers away in the United States of America. This photograph, taken on William's graduation, where he attained a first-class honors degree in food science from the University of Nairobi, froze the moment that kicked off William's illustrious career working at Pepsi Cola, where he co-invented and patented a new way of improving the mouthfeel of sugar-free beverages. The patent was finally approved by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office on November 13, 2023. But William would never live to see the product of his hard work. In contrast to the loud success in his career, William was a man of few words.
Tulelewa na William huku Machakos. Tulikuwa tunaishi vizuri, alikuwa mtu jovo, anapenda vichekesho sana. He was ever smiling.
William is a quiet, he's a gentleman. He was working for Pepsi from 1986, and he was senior. He was a director actually. He was doing in food science. He was my best friend, very close.
I need not explain the bond that the Mutilangi brothers shared. In the photos from the funeral ceremony of their mother, they exude a bond of an unbreakable trio. But if fate could speak to them, William, seen here on the far right, might be startled to find out that 10 years after he buried his mother, his own death would happen far away in the United States under a cloak of secrecy.
I spoke to my bro on the 5th of October, and he said he is well. In fact, they were arranging how he is coming over for Christmas. That is December. And we were talking about getting together, all of us. But that never happened.
On the 26th of November 2023, Eddie received a phone call from a man who only identified himself as Ndambuki, who informed Eddie that his brother William was dead.
Ndambuki identified himself. He said he knew our brother. And I was with my brother, my elder brother called Vincent. They claimed to be from our village.
Ndambuki told them that for more information, the family should talk to another man named Githinji.
But when we called, Githinji said he can't talk. We talked to his lawyer here in Kenya.
The strange nature of the way the news was delivered to the family by the two complete strangers led them to believe that this was a bad joke. They rallied friends in the United States to check on William at the facility that Ndambuki had stated, Yonka's funeral home, but William's body was not there.
The body was not where he was telling us. We found the body in a different funeral home, which is called Yorktown.
However, the Mutilangi family's loss was about to get even more painful when they found out that William's body had been cremated by the Yorktown Funeral Home, who are acting on instructions by two individuals, Peter Githinji and a man named Bakari Malanda. Bakari's name was also strange to the family because they had never heard of him, yet he somehow convinced the funeral home that he was William's son, and through a letter which granted Peter Githinji the power of attorney, demanded that William's body be cremated.
We've never heard Willie mentioning Githinji. We don't know him. And Githinji claims Bakari is a son. And we tried to find out from anyone, even his own close friends, whether they have even heard about him having a son. But none seemed like to know. It's only Githinji.
Of course, he was not that secretive. If he had a child, we would all be knowing. Yeah, I think he would also be proud. This is my son. But to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing like that.
Bakari is also listed as the informant in William's death certificate, which was initially kept hidden from the Mutilangi family. The death certificate states that William died of cardiopulmonary arrest caused by acute respiratory failure due to a cancerous tumor in his prostate. He died at 2:50 a.m. on the 16th of November 2023, just 11 days after the last conversation he had with his family, and 10 days before his family in Kenya was informed about it by Ndambuki.
Our father is dead, our mother is dead. Our firstborn in the family is also passed on. So Willie was the secondborn in the family. So to us, he was like a father figure. He's the one who we could talk to. So basically that's why, yeah, it really affected everyone in the family, especially that kind of family morals and values is really taken a big toll to us.
Bakari, a Tanzanian national, has been summoned several times by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations detectives after he claimed he lived at Feather Estate in Nairobi. He has, however, failed to show up. We have since established that Bakari is in fact in Tanzania. When we contacted him for a response on the matter, this is what he had to say. However, several details derail the statement by Bakari, claiming to be the son of William Mutilangi. Facts that a son would easily know about their father miss the mark in William's death certificate. For starters, Bakari indicated that William's father was named Alfred Mutilangi. Alfred is William's brother, not his father. He listed William's level of education as a bachelor's degree, yet William had attained a PhD. Bakari also failed to give the name of William's mother.
They said Githinji was looking for our mother's name. He could not find.
Githinji's response mimicked Bakari's response when we reached out to him for comment.
I am not associated to him.
Do you know William Mutilangi?
No.
Have you ever heard about him?
Yes.
Or what did you hear about William?
I have nothing to say about that.
Despite Githinji saying he was not associated to William, hospital records show that he was the one that drove William to hospital on 10th October 2023 alongside a woman who identified herself as Mary Mutilangi, which is strange because Mary Mutilangi is William's sister, who was at home at Masii, Machakos County, Kenya, at that time. Further, it is reported that Githinji has begun acquiring some of William's property. A background search on Peter Githinji also reveals that he has a criminal history. In 2009, he was charged with the offense of aggravated assault with a weapon, which he was to pay a $5,000 bond for. A hesitant-sounding Ndambuki, however, stayed on the phone a little longer than Githinji and Bakari after we identified ourselves to seek his right of reply.
Because what I know the family knows.
Okay, are you related to the family?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, just friends.
Oh, your family friends.
Yeah.
What type of a person was William? Was he loud? Was he quiet? What type of a person was he?
I've never seen it live for many years.
So then when he moved to the US, did you also reconnect? Because I'm sure you're also surprised that William... Ah.
Unfortunately, no. Yeah.
So you just learned that he had passed on and you showed up?
Yeah. The number from Mutilangi was given by a friend
from home. But when we brought up Githinji and Bakari's name, have you ever heard of Githinji?
That's why I don't want to continue with the story. Let's put up full stop.
And Bakari?
Yeah. Let's leave it there.
William boasted of a wealth of properties to his name. He had acquired 10 houses in Nairobi, Kiambu, and Machakos counties, almost totaling 200 million shillings. This in addition to other assets he had acquired in the United States, such as land holdings, cars, and a trust believed to be worth at least 500 million shillings. The Mutilangi family has since written to the managers of the properties and the National Police Service to prevent any meddling with his possessions.
What I can see there is a lot of negligence, because even just looking at a power of attorney, if you give it to somebody on the street, they will tell you that this does not even look like a legal paper. Somebody took his truck and personal effects and things like that. Somebody went, I think it's Githinji, he went and took his personal effects from the hospital, from the funeral home, and he has no right at all to do any of those things. I mean, the Law Society of Kenya needs to look into that matter, because there are violations of rules of professional conduct. Because if Kahudhu and Kahudhu advocates, if they're the ones who prepare that power of attorney, that is what started the whole problem. Because without that power of attorney, we wouldn't be doing what we are doing right now.
We also reached out to Githinji and Bakari's lawyer G.J. Kahudhu, who declined to comment on the matter. The compound of one of William's properties in Kenya bears the hallmarks of a man who loved the sophisticated yet simple elements of life. 2023 marked the first Christmas the Mutilangi family spent without William.
He was indicating to me that he wishes to come back home and then I get him a wife. So I would tell him, I will. And then in between, he would ask me, do you have any good girl I could marry? Because good girls are already finished. And then I used to tell him, you can't marry an angel, you still marry somebody.
First and foremost is to bring Willie's remains in our own traditional way. We'll take him to bury him in our home village. That is our first priority as we continue with the rest of the investigation. And also we get to know what was his cause of death.
They have also filed complaints with the FBI, DCI, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Edward has been unable to get a visa to travel to the United States to collect the remains of his brother in order for funeral arrangements to start. This due to a protracted process which the family attributes to Githinji and Ndambuki contesting the remains of their late brother. Ngina Kirori, NTV.
4 Kenyan truck drivers have allegedly been shot dead under unknown circumstances in South Sudan. 64 drivers have been detained by South Sudan authorities after demonstrating over the killing of their 4 counterparts. According to the Kenya Long Distance Drivers Association, atrocities are being meted out on their colleagues while in custody. The association is threatening to hold a regional demonstration to demand for their immediate release. And as Kevin Mutai now reports, some of those who were arrested have been released but are unable to return home for fear of being attacked along the transport corridor.
Claims of harassment of Kenyan drivers in South Sudan have on several occasions been reported. The recent incident involving 4 drivers who were allegedly shot dead by the security forces stationed along the transport corridor. Roman Wema, who is the chairperson of the Long Distance Truck Drivers Association, says those killed are members of the union hailing from Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru and Eldoret.
Juzi wameuawa wawili, lakini hiyo wiki nyingine pia walikuwa wameuawa wawili. So tukiplus wote wanakuwa 4. wanne ambao wameuawa.
64 drivers were arrested by armed forces and detained in South Sudan cities of Bor and Bentiu. They say drivers were reportedly demonstrating against the killing of the four, but were allegedly rounded up and taken into custody.
Wametolewa kwenye magari yao kwa mtutu wa bunduki wakapelekwa gerezani na askari wa Sudan. Na tuna wasiwasi kwa sababu tunajua kile ambacho kinaweza kuwatokea. Hivi mahali walipo wanashinda na chain kwa mguu.
The association says there are more than 3,500 registered truck drivers operating along the Kenya-South Sudan transport corridor, ferrying goods from the port of Mombasa to the landlocked country. South Sudan depends on Kenya's port of Mombasa for both import and export, transporting over 1 million tons of cargo in a year. And now, the Kenyan drivers are rallying their counterparts within the East African region to hold a major protest in solidarity with those who were killed and those in detention. There are reports that some of those who are arrested have been released but cannot travel back home or even proceed to the cargo destination, fearing for their lives.
Dereva ametoka Mombasa ameenda kutafutia familia yake kupeleka mzigo South Sudani ama kule kwenye Menda, alafu akaenda akashikwa kule akaanza kufanywa dhuluma, maana zile ni dhuluma. Kawaida kunafaa kuwa na sheria. Iwapo amekiuka sheria za nchi, labda overspeeding, hajafunga mshipi ama makosa yale yote, anaweza kuchukuliwa hatua za kisheria, lakini si kufanya yale mambo ya kuua mtu. Hajaenda kama jambazi wala si gaidi.
Ikiwa madereva wataachiliwa leo, kesho sisi tunaweza kuanza mgomo wetu. Kwa sababu hao madereva waliokamatwa tayari walikuwa wameanza mgomo, lakini kesho tunaweza kuanza mgomo wa East Africa. Si Kenya peke yake, East Africa.
They are appealing to the Kenyan mission in Juba, together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to facilitate their travel back to the country by ensuring their safety on the road. They also want both Juba and Nairobi to address the challenges facing drivers along the corridor. Kevin Mutai, NTV in Mombasa.
It's about that time in the news hour when we take a look at what is captured on the front page of the Daily Nation. And here it is, which way Azimio? Underneath that, it reads, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya has called a crucial meeting this Thursday that is expected to determine the future of the coalition and its membership amid internal wrangles over the Bomas National Dialogue Report and the camp's presidential flag bearer in the 2027 State House contest. Also there, a report we'll have for you shortly. Ruto warns school heads over, quote, illegal fees. We also have captured there in bold AFCON giants struggle. And on the side, their ministry moves to effect SHIF payslip cuts this month. And here's how to boost economy. Workers' advice for president. So that and more contained in your copy of your Daily Nation tomorrow. Remember, epaper.nation.africa. You don't need to find a vendor. If you have your phone in your hand, you have your newspaper in your hand. And also a reminder that you can find more stories beyond what we capture in this news hour on the ntvkenya.co.ke website. And right at the top there, we have several tabs so you can find podcasts, look over our past features. Aside from news stories, we have lots of shows, and they're contained right there at the tip of your finger. Nation, ntvkenya.co.ke. With that, we take a break, but as promised, more stories to follow.
Panda tukupandishe on Go Entertainment this new year on GoTV bila kulipia extra. Kama uko on GoTV Lite, lipia GoTV Value. Utapata kufurahia GoTV Plus. Tayari on GoTV Value, then lipia GoTV Plus uenjoy GoTV Max. Kama wewe ni wa GoTV Plus, lipia GoTV Max ujinice na shows noma kabisa on GoTV Super. Furahia the best sports, international shows na local shows una like free. Download GoTV Stream. GoTV. Love it.
Join the Optiven family today and experience the epitome of coastal living at Ocean View Ridge, Vipingo by Optiven, just 2.4 kilometers from Mombasa Malindi Road and a mere 4.5 kilometers from the shoreline. For every 400,000 Kenya shillings that you place as a deposit or installment towards any of Optiven's properties, you receive a cashback of 4,000 Kenya shillings to top up for your back-to-school shopping. Call us on 0790 300 300.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. The kind that gives you access to a good range of insurance solutions from a good variety of insurance partners at good affordable premiums. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex. Kuna shida? Alex amevamiwa, sahi ako kwa shida.
Thank you for staying with us on NTV Weekend Edition. President William Ruto has warned school heads against asking parents to pay additional fees, citing lack of funds or delay in the release of capitation. Ruto says the government has released 62 billion shillings. The president's remarks follow claims that some schools have introduced hidden charges, to sustain school operations due to insufficient funds. Our reporter Gabriel Kudaka with the details.
As schools reopened for the first term, some parents raised concern of being asked to pay additional fees or hidden charges to sustain school operations due to what school managers termed as delay or lack of capitation from the government. While attending an interdenominational Thanksgiving service at Machakusi Primary School in Malaba, Busia County, President Ruto cautioned school heads against that.
Kuna viongozi wengine wa haya mashule wanaenda kule wanamwambia mzazi ati pesa ya serikali haijafika, wewe lipa. Sasa msikie kutoka kwangu, kwa sababu hawa watu watawachana na hiyo tabia mbaya ya kuuliza wazazi walipe pesa na ilihali serikali imetoa pesa. Hii Januari, sio ya last year, hii Januari tumetoa bilioni 62 ya kusomesha watoto wetu wa Kenya. Shule ya primary school, pesa ya primary school, pesa ya secondary school, pesa ya TVET, pesa ya university, mpaka pesa ya bursary.
Last week, the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association raised concern over the capitation that had been released, saying it was insufficient, an issue that could jeopardize the operations of the schools.
This being first term, is of course supposed to get 50%. But from what we are seeing in our accounts, although there is no circular yet, we are seeing a figure of about 4,000. And yet 50,000, 50% is supposed to be allowed 10,000. So already there is a deficit of about 6,000 per child.
The president further spelled out plans to address the shortage of teachers in the country.
Mwaka huu tena nitapeleka mapendekezo kwa bunge, nataka hao wabunge tena tuajiri walimu wengine 20,000 wa kusaidia watoto wetu kuwasomesha.
The president used this opportunity to dangle some development goodies to the people of Busia County.
Napanga kujenga nyumba 5,000 hapa Busia. Hii Teso yenu, hii Teso South ndio naanza nayo. Tayari nimeaward contract ya nyumba 1,000 hapa milimani hapa karibu na kwenu hapo. Na mimi nahitaji vijana pale, na munisikize vizuri nyinyi vijana. Nahitaji vijana pale kwa hizo nyumba 5,000 tunahitaji vijana 10,000 wa kufanya kazi.
The leaders present pledged their commitment to support the government and rally other leaders in the region towards the same cause.
Umoja wenu ni umoja wa watu wa Kenya. Na vile Papaye Mormor kutoka pale Ng'amba amesema, Muteso lazima awe part of the fabric of our society.
Sisi tunafuraha kama jamii, na Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka niseme leo kwamba kuona jamii ya hapa kwa umoja vile wanaruti wote kwa serikali.
Gabriel Kudaka, NTV.
When it comes to saving lives and recovering human remains from water bodies, skill and experience no doubt make all the difference in the complex assignments. Divers are required to use breathing equipment that is completely independent of oxygen from the surface. But for 64-year-old Salinjeri, a voluntary professional diver, lack of such vital diving equipment has not stopped her from diving into murky waters to give grieving families the closure they deserve. Ruth Sarmwe spoke to the sexagenarian and filed the following report.
Growing up, Salinjeri loved swimming. Her journey started at the age of 4, 60 years ago, when she started taking swimming lessons. She would later get a personal trainer who taught her the art of life-saving and competitive swimming when she got to class 7 at Hospital Hill Primary School. She vividly recalls her first assignment at a dam in Joro.
It was in a dam, very deep and very dirty, but with the help of also the university students, we managed to retrieve the body on the same day that we went, but very late in the evening.
The sexagenarian says she dropped out of campus in 1979 after enrolling for only 1 year at Kenyatta University and instead took over swimming as a career in 1980. She would later rescue a young girl about to drown in a swimming pool. That would be her turning point.
And there were some children swimming in the pool. And I saw a child going up and down and actually was going down completely. So I realized this was a problem, and with all my clothes and everything, I just dived in and got the baby out. That is when I realized I could do this job. This business of me being a secretary or an accountant somewhere, I said no. Let me really deal with swimming. I think we need more swimmers around and more divers also.
It took years to master the art, but despite her experience, recovering a body is not easy. She says the task becomes even more challenging due to lack of proper equipment.
It's a bit scary because you're not sure of what's underneath, and you go with using your legs and your hands to feel, because the water is dirty. You don't know what kind of sickness you may get. Whenever I do that job, I always pray to God first.
She played a crucial role in the 41-day search and recovery mission of 3 bodies retrieved from Lake Nakuru after a helicopter crash in 2017.
We sat together with the divers and we agreed on how to do it. And that is when they actually requested me to be the head diver for the whole group. On Monday, we got the first body. That was the pilot. Then after that, I think we took about 2 weeks to get the next body. And it went on like that until on the 30th day is when we got the Coptic, the head of the helicopter, and the girl was inside. She was still strapped in the safety belt. And of course, by the time we were removing her from the Coptic, it was very late in the evening, almost 7:30, 8 o'clock. before we could actually remove it from the helicopter.
She accepts whatever she is paid by grieving families, since to her, it is a taboo to ask for a specific amount.
I would rather I do the job first, and then I get whatever payment they'll give me later, I will accept it. However, it is sad because the amount that they give us is not logical. You really can't pay me any amount of money because there's no target that a payment must be done up to this much.
Some of her low moments is failing to retrieve a body amid high expectations from family and friends.
And it's difficult when you come out of the water, it's the end of the day, you're cold, you're hungry, and they still want you to go back in. It's not possible. Your body must be energetic and you must be psyched in the mind to be able to do that work.
And as a woman in a male-dominated field, she has faced a fair share of discrimination from other divers as well as the public. Still, she soldiers on.
When I arrived, everybody was shouting, "Why have you brought her? Huyu ni nani sasa? Kwanza ni mokoro. What will she do for us?" After they saw that I'm the one who has changed. So they wondered, now how will she help us?
The mother of one is calling on the government to invest in proper diving gear and training of more personnel.
We need to all purchase for the right equipment, that is the diving suits, and the diving suits should be complete. The ones we wear are incomplete because either they don't have for covering the hands with the fingers and the legs. The gas cylinders, sometimes we cannot be able to purchase them. They're very expensive.
As a professional swimmer, she is encouraging people to take up swimming lessons to avoid accidents in swimming pool.
Anyone who is not a swimmer should not go into water because it doesn't matter the depth of water. Any water, you can drown in it. Do not get your friend to teach you because he knows how to swim. At the end of the day, you don't learn the right tactics.
She draws her satisfaction passing on swimming skills to both young and old, and vows to continue taking up rescue missions as long as she can. Ruth Sarmoi, NTV in Nakuru.
Clearly, you're only as old as you feel. Amazing report there by Ruth Sarmoi. We have another one coming up on the other side of this break by Martin Mwaura. Stay tuned.
Na Januari, mwezi mgumu wa ukame, na wengi wenye usani huanguka.
Januari hii kuna up to 1 million Kenyan shillings za kushindaniwa kwenye *570#. Cheza Lucky Game. Kumbuka every 100 shillings ambao unacheza nao kwenye Lucky Game inakupatia 1 entry ticket ya kuingia kwenye draw ya kujishindia up to 1 million Kenyan shillings. Na mshindi wetu namba 2 anapata 500,000 Kenyan shillings ambayo tutawatangaza on the 21st of January hii.
At least not 5?
Ni *570# au www.ebet.co.ke. Januari hii isikukaushe.
It's Friday and things are looking a bit boring. Fanta. Submit to the fizziest of fizz. Surrender to a bubbly bliss. Fall for the tangiest of tangs. Succumb to the flavor frenzy. Fanta. Indulge with a sip and snack.
It's time to get stepping. Step up to your most loved content and enjoy the next level upgrade for free.
Respect that.
Upgrade now and step up to even more action. Step up to more football. Step up to more local drama. Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
They were hard hit by flooding, and now farmers in Galole, Bura and Tana Delta in the county of Tana River are counting losses after losing hundreds of acres of crops to armyworms. The pests have invaded the maize plantations in the region, destroying farms and leaving farmers with little hope of harvesting this season. Kevin Mutai has more from the coast.
The aftermath of the ravaging floods in Tana River County has left farmers in the region dealing with another calamity. More than 400 acres of crops have been destroyed by armyworms, posing a threat to crops such as maize, rice and sorghum. The troubled farmers are reeling from the pains of hard work, from tilling their land to planting and then losing their crops to the pest.
Tumepitia changamoto nyingi sana. Tumepanda kama ni mahindi tumepanda, lakini vyote hivyo vilivamiwa na viwavi, wakatumalizia kabisa mimea yetu. Mpaka hata watoto wetu hatuna namna ya kuwasaidia, chakula hatuna, mbegu hatuna, madawa pia hakuna.
Wadudu ambao wametokezea wakati tunapanda ndio wakati ambao muda ambao wamekuja. Wakati tunapanda mbegu ikitokezea pia wanakula.
Armyworms are destructive pests which travel in armies and consume just about everything in their path. In less than a month, the farmers here have lost over 400 acres of crops, staring at losses and food security. Farmers from Laini village have also reported that the armyworms have preyed on their sprouting crops, feeding day and night.
Sehemu nyingine inabaki mchanga tu. Tunashindwa na hii kilimo itakuwaje na tujui tutavuna nini. Hiyo maendeleo ya kuwa tutapata maendeleo namna gani, manake hali imekuwa ngumu sana ya kuhisi hii wadudu wametuvamia zaidi.
The armyworms lay eggs in masses and on leaves, raising more fears of destruction once the eggs hatch. They are now grappling with ways of controlling the infestation of the invasive pest, worried about the numbers that could be doubling.
Kila siku tunajaribu kila aina dawa, mpaka tunajaribu hata mchanga ukiwa umekuwa moto tunaweka kwa mahindi. At least tuone hao wadudu wanaweza kufa kwa sababu tumejaribu dawa imeshindikana. So tunaomba wafadhili wakuje watusaidie, waangalie hao wataalamu waangalie kama tunaweza saidika ama la.
Tumetumia karibu 300,000 lakini tunaona mavuno hatuwezi pata kitu sababu ya viwavi.
The armyworms have spread to farms in Bura, Tana Delta and Galole, leaving hundreds of farmers and locals in distress due to the destruction caused by the pests. They are also threatening food security in the region. Kevin Mutai, NTV.
Speaking of unpredictable elements, residents of Ndeya in Kiambu County are counting losses after heavy rains accompanied by strong wind destroyed crops and houses, leaving many of them homeless. Gabriel Kudaka reports.
The aftermath of the heavy rains and strong winds that wreaked havoc in Tiekuni village in Kiambu County. Roofs blown off by the strong winds. Many families were rendered homeless.
Tukaona kitu inakaa smoke, ikaanza that side, ikatoka that side ikakuja hapa katikati, ilipotoka hapa katikati ikakuja hapa, ndio pepo ikakuja ikaangusha hizi zote. Tent zote ikaenda kwa shamba ya engineer na ikawaka moto pale kwa transformer zile ziko hapo. After that everything ika collide. Tumeenda kwa hasara kubwa, vitu zingine zimeharibika, tent mmeona vile zinakaa pia. Generator yetu imeharibika pia pale, stima hatuna, jikoni zetu hatuna baka milango. Hapa kwa jirani tuliona tu mabati, sasa tulikuwa tunaona vitu zinapita juu zikienda zikianguka na huko, na mwenye kutafuta alikuwa anaitafuta ilikuwa imeenda tu bado. Kila kitu imeweza kubebwa na upepo ambapo imekuwa mkali sana, yenye imeng'oa mpaka mabati na roof ya manyumba.
Kila miti zimevunjika na watoto walikuwa kwa nyumba. Kutoka nikaanza kuangalia mabati hakuna, hata tumepata tu mabati kama 2 lakini nyingine imeenda.
The maize crop, which was doing well following adequate rains, was not spared either. The locals are now calling for support from the county government.
Tumeenda hasara kubwa juu mahindi imelala yote.
Kuomba serikali yetu kuu
pamoja na serikali yetu ya county inapoongozwa na gavana wetu His Excellency Kimani Wamatangi, ya kwamba zile mahindi nyingi ambapo ulikuwa umetupatia sasa zimeweza kubebwa na mvua, na tunakuomba haraka iwezekanavyo. Hizi familia zote zimeshakuwa affected pamoja na wale wafanyikazi pale kwa barabara. Hizi familia zote hata leo hatujui wataweza kulala wapi. Tunawaomba wale wote wanaweza kutusaidia tuweze kusaidia hizi familia.
The incident left the area in the dark following the destruction of electricity power lines. Gabriel Kudaka, NTV.
We take a break on NTV Weekend Edition, but I did promise you a special report by Martin Mwara, and that is on how 2 alcoholics managed to turn their lives around. We also have another special report, this one coming out of Narok County, on how small-scale gold miners are utilizing artificial intelligence.
Nivea Lunas visibly reduces dark spots. Does it really work? Trust me. For post-acne marks too? Of course. World's #1 anti-spot expert serum, now for post-acne dark marks and age spots. Visible results in just 2 weeks. That means also for my age spots. Already worked for over 1 million women. Nivea Lunas 630. It works.
Join the Optivan family today and experience the epitome of coastal living at Ocean View Ridge, Vipingo by Optivan, just 2.4 kilometers from Mombasa Malindi Road and a mere 4.5 kilometers from the shoreline. For every 400,000 Kenya shillings that you place as a deposit or installment towards any of Optivan's properties, you receive a cashback of 4,000 Kenya shillings to top up for your back-to-school shopping. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Optivan, Optivan, Inua Shamba.
Alcohol abuse in central Kenya is one major problem that administrators, churches and civil society organizations are trying to fight. Many of those affected by alcohol addiction struggle to maintain jobs and keep families. That is the story of 2 men from Murang'a who say alcohol addiction nearly destroyed their lives. Our Murang'a County reporter, Martin Mora, met the two at a construction site managed by Dream Hub that is trying to rehabilitate addicts in the area.
Niko na miaka 37. Sijaoa, bado niko basa. Sina mtoto. Nilikuwa mtu mrefu sana. Sasa hata mimi nilikuwa nimezaa haribika sana, nilikuwa pale kwa kulala ilikuwa shida. Sasa mimi unajua ni venye tulienda tukachukuana na lika yangu nikifika huko mtaani. Sasa kufika mtaani kuchukuana na lika yangu ikanionyesha maneno ya kopombe. Sasa kuingia kopombe sasa nikaharibika kabisa. Sasa ndio nilivujiwa na mgali na huko miguu mimi nikaleta huko nyumbani. Kuleta nyumbani sasa unaona kupona mimi niliamka tena nikarudi pale kwa lika yangu. Tukaendelea na ile maisha ya wapi? Ya kule. Tulikuwa tunakula laji tu usiku hakuna kukula. Juu unafanya mahesabu inakosa na utaona utalala bila ulevi. Unafanya mahesabu inakataa kutosa. Sasa una meza yote hata asubuhi ukiamka huna hata ya chai. Labda uhurumiwe na mtu akubaie chai. Hakuna mtu alikuwa hata kama ni mtu wetu akikuja hakuwa anataka hata tupelekane na yeye. Yafanya mimi nilikuwa. Mungu niseme Mungu alituma CEO kama malaika. Akakuja kama amekuja kwa good direct. Na mimi nikamueleza shida yangu na akaweza kuiwezana nayo na sasa nikageuka nikakuwa mtu mwingine. Lakini sasa ina sawa sasa. Yafanye sasa unaona hata kama vile nilikuwa na tafuta ninapeleka kwa pombe. Sasa sipeleki kwa pombe. Najiwekea kitu hata kwa simu sasa hii ukaangalia siwezi kosa elfu yangu moja. Na zamani hata hapa singekuwa kwa hii kazi. Ningekuwa huko na hiyo lika yangu huko. Jengea watoto nasari hapa. Na sasa watu wa mikono nijiite mtu wa mikono kama juu ni mimi wa kupatilia mafudi nini. Sisi tunapewa 600. Hiyo 600 unaweka kwa simu ama unaenda unakuta mamako unamuuliza mamu ni nini ambaye hakuna. Leo tutapika nini? Na zamani tulikuwa tunamaliza wiki gapi ama mwezi bila kuonana na yeye. Na kwake ni pale na kwangu ni hapa.
Kwa majina naitwa John Kenyongo. Mimi niko na miaka 45. Bibi niko na miaka 13. Nilianza kunywa pombe kulingana na watu wenye tulikuwa tunatembea na wao Nairobi. Wakati nilitoka huku wenye tulikutana na wao tuliingia kwa pombe na kuvuta bangi, kuvuta sigara, kutumia tobacco. Kila kitu aina ya mena. Mimi nilikuwa natumia kila kitu. Kila asubuhi lazima nikunywe pombe. Niliitwa kuja kuniona babangu akiwa mgonjwa. Wakati nilikuja nikasikia kuna mahali mtu anaenda kufanya kazi. Wakati nilienda nikaanza kuhubiriwa. Wakati tulienda huko tulikuwa tunakunywa chai asubuhi, unapewa chai na mkate. Asubuhi lunch unafanya kazi unapewa pesa na anakuonyesha hata kunywa si vibaya lakini ukunywe kidogo. Sasa nilikuja hivyo mpaka nikaacha pombe. Kwa soba kwa miezi 7.
My name is Ada Duta Moneki. I was coming to construct for my dad and leave and go and do something else. But because of that kindness and the love that they also showed us, we decided to change their souls. And so far we have had about 400 of them. And we are going to go far. Only that sometimes we get challenges. You will start to rehabilitate. Some get back. So you have to keep following them. It is a lot of work and commitment, and with God, we know we are going to make it. We empower them using the available resources. We have learned that these people have so much. It's only that they don't have somebody to guide them. It's only that they don't have somebody to teach them. So that is how we get our funds.
Yeah. Madam Siu amesaidia mabwana zetu sana. Sasa wote wako huku, wakitoka huku, wanakuja wakiwa na mkate ya jioni. Sasa hata hatukuwa tunawaona sometime. Lakini nowadays kuko na mabadiliko mingi sana na tena mingi.
Kwa majina naitwa David Waiganjo, mimi ni chief wa location ya Gitugi. Vijana wengi ambao walikuwa wanatokea kwa barabara kurandarada, siku hizi hata huko kwa shopping centers hakuna vijana. Shauri amewafundisha course na kuwapea kazi ya kama ni mjengo, kazi ya vibarua, sasa hivi wanaweka kitu kwa mfuko. Na vile naweza sema kama chief, hii hari na kazi hii ya Dream Hub imesaidia shauri hata crime rate imerudi chini kwa location yangu. Sasa hii sina makesi mingi kwa ofisi ya watu wamepigana, watu wameimbiwa kuku, wezi wameisha kabisa.
Pombe si mzuri. Pombe ni mbaya na inaharibu na ina mwelekeo. Vizuri ni wakuje kwa Mwenyezi Mungu, waache pombe, wakuje tu wapate mwelekeo.
Ningewaambia tafadhali mtu ajisike tu. Ajisike, awachane na hiyo maneno, hiyo itamuelekeza kaburini.
All the best in your noble mission there, Nduta. Small-scale gold diggers in Lolgorian Ward, Transmara in Narok County now have access to artificial intelligence, which is becoming a game changer in the world of technology across the globe. The artificial intelligent man, dubbed Dr. Mining Manhattan AI, which took 5 months to create, is not just a tool, but a catalyst for change where every miner has an opportunity to gather information on better and safer mining processes. Zakaria Kweba has the details.
Dr. Mining Manhattan pilot program, which marks a pioneering initiative, is a brainchild of an experienced and visionary gold miner, Matt Hells, who has been working with the community for 6 years, since 2017. According to Health, who is the co-chair of the Global Community Miners Forum, the new concept is a conversation robot which is bound to bring expert guidance to the fingertips of miners and shape its future by enabling AI to grow smarter and more attuned with miners' needs.
So we've customized this on top of ChatGPT-4 and modified it so it works on WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook Messenger. And it also speaks 105 languages, and it has voice. It responds to voice as well.
On challenges, Health notes that in the process of collecting most accurate data, as not all data on mining is on the internet yet, since the program is using custom data, which makes Dr. Manhattan slow to respond.
So we're designing this bot to create a response to every individual question. No matter how specific it is, that it gives a good response to show the way forward towards better, safer mining, better containment with elements like mercury and cyanide, and then eventually moving out of those things to the other stages that are a little more expensive to do.
Artisans and small-scale gold miners like Lilian Achieng, who has been in the mining industry for 10 years, are excited about Dr. Mining Manhattan.
Challenge yenye tuko nayo kwa sababu sio watu wote wako na smartphone na watu wote wengine wako na buttons. Sasa hiyo ndio challenge yenye tuko nayo, lakini tunajua tutasaidika upande ya cyber. Itatusaidia kwa sababu ukiwa na shida yoyote unaweza kimbia uende uulizie pale upate usaidizi kwa haraka.
National Chairman of Artisanal Small Scale Miners Association of Kenya, Dan Odida, applauded the innovation, saying it demonstrates there are other ways of approaching gold mining.
This one is in line with the policies and the regulations that are being brought up, that are enquiring that we as miners, we need to have the correct information so that we don't do things contrary to the rule of law.
If successful, Dr. Mining Manhattan's project has the potential of transforming the livelihoods of millions of artisanal small-scale miners in different parts of the globe. Zachary Nyakweba, NTV, Nairobi.
To a horrific story now, and a head belonging to a woman has been discovered at Kiambaa Dam in Kiambu County. The head was discovered covered in a sack wrapped in a purple blouse. According to Kiambaa Sub-County Police Commander Pius Mwanthi, there is a possibility that the murder of the victim whose head was recovered may have been committed elsewhere and the head dumped at the dam. The head was taken to the city mortuary, and locals say this is not the first time that such an incident has occurred in the area. Last year, a body was discovered in the area. Police have begun investigations that may help identify the victim. Last Sunday, the dismembered body of Rita Waeni, a university student, was discovered in an apartment in Roysambu with the head missing.
On arrival at the scene, they were able to retrieve, and further investigation at the scene, we found that indeed it was a female human head that was decomposing. It was wrapped in a purple blouse, and in it also we found a stone. I believe that one was put there so that it can sink. So we retrieved the suspected human head, and then it was taken to city mortuary for further forensic analysis.
A disturbing, distressing trend indeed. We take a break, but when we come back, I'll have the sports news.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
finally released from pain. That moment when you start to get back to ordinary, and ordinary feels amazing. Whatever pain you're going through, release starts here.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex. Alex! Alex! Kuna shida? Alex amevamiwa, sahi ako kwa shida.
Naomi Masibo and David Lewano are the winners of the third edition of the National Youth Service Cross Country Championship held at the NYS Training College in Gilgil, Nakuru County. 20 runners from NYS will participate in the National Cross Country Championship that will be held on March the 9th in Ruiru, Kiambu County. Here is NTV's Yoshua Makori with the details.
Masibo of Rift Valley won the women's 10-kilometer race in a time of 39 minutes and 54.98 seconds. Viola Cherop from Western finished second, while Joy Mukanda Ikoro from Eastern region took third place.
Naomi Masibo. Nani dhahiri kwamba mshindi wa mbio hizi.
Race imekuwa si ngumu sana, but si rahisi sana pia. Sikuwa natarajia. Ni neema tu ya Mungu. Ndio maana nimekuwa kwa hii position.
Meanwhile, David Lewano of Western won the men's 10-kilometer category with a time of 31 minutes and 55.59 seconds. Samuel Kiprop from Eastern was second as the 2023 champion Ezra Lekuya failed to defend his title when he finished third.
Inanipea changamoto niende nifanye mazoezi zaidi juu si rahisi. Tukiwa katika kiwango chetu na stahili tukua tunashine wakati huu.
NYS used this competition to select a team of around 20 athletes who will participate in the National Cross Country Championship that will be held on March 9th in Ruiru, Kiambu County.
Thank you, sir. Tupige makofi tafadhali.
Tunaona vijana kule Ngong na mahali mchezo imefikia sasa tuko hali ya juu sana kulingana na mwaka iliyopita. Tunaona vijana wetu wakianza bio mzuri sana na wanamalizia wakiwa na stamina bando.
Yoshua Makori, NTV Sport.
Loop Digital Financial Services, in partnership with the Ambani Project, has launched the 2024 Loop Safari Gravel Series, a four-leg cycling series to be held in Nairobi, Iten, Naivasha and Vipingo. The series will kick off on February the 4th in Nairobi before heading to Iten in March. It will then continue at Hell's Gate in Naivasha in June, the flagship event on the calendar, which will also be part of the International Cycling Union's prestigious Gravel World Series. The Loop Safari Gravel Series will continue with a coastal event in Vipingo come September.
It is indeed our intention to participate as a growth catalyst for this sport, facilitating through partnerships such as this the development of pathways for athletes who are able to actually commit their time, their talents, their energies into achieving the highest levels in this sport. But also to create exciting platforms such as the Loop Safari Gravel Series for cycling enthusiasts like me who might only get onto a podium when I pay for it.
Silas Katompa Mvumpa's second-half strike earned DR Congo a deserved point against Morocco in Group F of the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations. Morocco took the lead early on through Akraf Hakimi before Cedric Bakambu missed a chance to equalize from the penalty spot for DR Congo shortly before halftime. However, the Leopards leveled when Mvumpa calmly stroked the ball into the net from Meshak Elia's cutback. Tensions spilled over after a hard-fought match at the Stade Laurent Pokou in San Pedro as scuffles broke out between both sets of players following the full-time whistle.
Silas, the sub. The subs have brought into the second half. Once again, Elia just gliding off the shoulder. Cut back, beautiful, the weight of the pass.
Kenyan referee Peter Waweru Kamaku started his 2023 Africa Cup of Nations on-pitch assignment today in Morocco's 1-1 draw with the DR Congo. The report we just saw, Waweru, who is making his third appearance at the showpiece after officiating the 2019 and 2021 editions, is a professor of pure and applied mathematics and also a lecturer at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. At the same time, two other Kenyans, Gilbert Cheruiyot and Stephen Yembe, played the roles of assistant referees in the same match.
Penalty!
Top seed Novak Djokovic moved ominously into the Australian Open quarterfinals with a ruthless thrashing of French 20th seed Adrian Manarino. Djokovic, chasing a record 25th Grand Slam title, claimed a dominant 6-0, 6-0, 6-3 win in 1 hour and 44 minutes. The 36-year-old will face 12th seed Taylor Fritz in the quarterfinals after the American beat last year's finalist Stefanos Tsitsipas. Elsewhere, Coco Gauff became the youngest woman to reach the Australian Open singles quarterfinals since 2008. The 19-year-old American booked her spot in the last 8 by sweeping past Poland's Magdalena Frech, and that was 6-1, 6-2.
Promising start from the US Open champion. It's like PlayStation tennis. Promising start from the US Open champion.
And with that, we conclude NTV Weekend Edition on this Sunday. My name is Olive Burrows. A sign language interpreter has been Flora Atieno, but we can only cover so much, as I mentioned before, in this news hour. There is plenty more from our shows, podcasts, features we've aired on NTV, and you can find them all on ntvkenya.co.ke. ntvkenya.co.ke is where your fingers need to do the walking right now. Have yourself a good night.
This is NTV.
Step up to more fun and get more than you pay for. Upgrade now and get boosted to the next package for free. Dial *423# or call 0711 066 000 and upgrade to the next level for free.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself on a really good day.
Panadol Extra releases you from strong pain. Panadol, release starts here.
There's a kind of bank assurance intermediary that really allows you to relax because you know you'll be good. That's Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary for you. Get covered real good through Coop Bank Assurance Intermediary.
Alex yuko wapi?
Bado hajafika kutoka kazini.
Na badala umtafute, umekuja kutunyamazisha, sio?
Mama,
mimi sio mama yako.
Alex.
Alex! Fungua mlango. Alex!
Kuna shida? Alex amevamiwa, sahi ako kwa shida.
Africa has the resources internally to develop and grow and modernize Africa. Yes, we may not invent the wheel, but we must stand from the point of view that we have the resources to develop, modernize, and industrialize Africa. And through our own domestic resources, we should be able to acquire the technology, the skills, or sciences, or technologies from elsewhere on the basis of our own domestic resources.
This is NTV.
Kumekucha kulichele jamini. Kengele ya kualika nyote kibarazani, maana ndo sasa sathe na shara kama kawaida. Waswahili wanasema ukiona neno usiposema neno hutafikwa na neno.
Na wengine wakasema usichokijua hakikui, ijapo tesalia gizani usijue kinachoendelea, sawa na kumtafuta paka mweusi ti katika giza totoro.
Tusema nini hapa pacha wangu?
Ni vyema kumwacha mtoto gizani ili asichokijua kisimue, ama afadhali kumfahamisha yanayoendelea katika ulimwengu wa kujamiana ili awe ange na chonjo dhidi ya mafisi na kina nani pacha?
Mafisi late ambao wamejaa duniani. Mtazamaji, Jumatano wiki iliyopita mwakilishi wa kike wa kaunti ya Kirinyaga Jen Njeri aliwasilisha mswada bomba kabisa bungeni kutaka mafunzo ya kujamiana yafanywe kuwa somo rasmi.
Huu mtazamaji ulikuwa ni mdahalo ambao ulikuwa ni moto sana zaidi ya ngoto, na ndio mdahalo ambao tunaojadili hii leo. Kakitako swali mtandaoni ni
tutakuuliza, je, unadhani ni sawa serikali kuanza mafunzo ya kina kuhusu elimu ya kujamiana? Je, unadhani ni sawa serikali kupitia Wizara ya Elimu kuanza masomo ya kina kuhusu kujamiana? Na tutakuuliza hapo ulipo, wewe ni mzazi, baba, mama, ulianza kumfunza mtoto wako, ama unadhani ni wakati gani mwafaka katika umri kumfunza mtoto wako elimu ya kujamiana? At Loft Matambo, at Mwaka Frida, at NTV Kenya, tumia alama ya reli ya
Gumzo la Sato.
Lakini kabla kuwajua wageni tufanyeje?
Haya mtazamaji, jamani, sisi hataki kuzungumza mengi, wacha tuweke sauti yake aliyowasilisha mswada huu bungeni. Bi Jen Njeri.
We had the bill that had been proposed by this House in the last Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And you know, there was an uproar on social media that we are telling our children, engage in sex. We are not telling our children, engage in sexual activities. We are telling them, wait. We are telling them this is not the right time. We are telling them, if you ever find yourself in such a scenario, I do not want you to contract HIV and AIDS.
Unajua pacha wangu, kabla ya kwanza mdahalo nimemuuliza mheshimiwa Jane Jerry, yeye alijua lini tabia mbaya. Ndio anataka wanafunzi wafunzwe, lakini akasemaje? Alijibu vipi?
Aliuliza tabia mbaya ni nini?
Wewe unajua tabia mbaya ni nini? Hebu tuwajue wageni kwanza, labda hawa wageni wanajua tabia mbaya. Jane Jerry tulivyokujuzeni ni mwakilishi wa kike katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga, ndiye mfadhili wa mswada huu bungeni, mswada wa elimu ya kujamiana kwa kina na kindakindaki shuleni.
Na tuko naye Irene Kendi, huyu ni mratibu wa mipango KOTU na alipata mtoto akiwa mwanafunzi na ni mtetezi wa haki za wasichana.
Vile vile tuko na Yvonne Omolo. Yvonne Omolo atakuwa anasema nasi, huyu ndo mwenye kisa siku ya leo. Na Yvonne alipata mtoto akiwa teenager, ana umri wa miaka 22 na ni mkazi wa Kisumu.
Na tuko naye Bikazo, mshauri na saha. Jamani, hii leo Bikazo atatujuza mengi kuhusiana na hili neno tabia mbaya.
Na vile vile pia tutakuwa na Florence Machio. Florence huyu ni mshauri wa masuala ya jinsia. Amejitosa sana katika kwa mtetezi wa haki za watoto wa kike na hata wa kiume. Atakuwa nasi na nafahamishwa kwamba sasa hivi anaishauri serikali kuhusiana na masuala haya. Atajiunga nasi muda si mrefu. Lakini kwanza kabisa
pacha wangu, tabia mbaya unaijua?
Unajua hili swali nimeuliza hata watu wengi pale katika chumba cha habari. Nimemuuliza muhariri Dan Mwangi, msimamizi wa matangazo chumba cha habari,
Papa Mutegi.
Nikamuuliza Papa Franco Mutegi akicheza rumba zake pale. Kamuuliza tabia mbaya nini? Akasema watoto wake wa kwanza yuko na umri wa zaidi ya miaka 11. Hajamfunza lakini anajua. Unaelewa? Nikamwambia alifunzwa na nani? Akasema hajui. Nikamuuliza Roslyn Obala. Roslyn Obala ni muhariri wetu wa masuala ya siasa.
Si mchache yule.
Akasema tabia mbaya anaijua lakini hajui aliijuaje.
Na kitinda mimba amesema atatupatia live link ya nini
tabia mbaya wakati kipindi kinaendelea. Lakini pacha wangu akasema kwamba jana katika harusi ya mwenzetu Aida ambayo ilifanyika jana usiku ndo alijua tabia mbaya. Sielewi alijuaje, lakini tuachane na pacha wangu. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Labda tuanze nawe, msukumo wa kufadhili mswada huu bungeni ulitoa wapi?